Hopefully, maybe in the background in a second. I'll message him again.
Okay, we are live. Clay, what's up with that camera? Quality's so poor.
Is it? It's horrible. Yeah, it is what it is at this point.
Where do you think your camera is at?
No, I have the camera. It just won't. It's not connecting. I got the camera right here. When it was all black, it was blocking the one on the computer. But if I try to change the camera,
that's a USB. Did you go into like the video settings?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know enough about this computer yet, so I don't know how to. I'll try to work on that while we're chatting or something. Yeah.
All right.
And what shirt are you wearing? Is that
you like? Yeah. So this is another. I figured I'm going to slowly go through. I'll probably list this one too. I told a guy who is gonna. He's buying a Polo Ralph Lauren Blue Label polo shirt, not polo Hawaii. I mean, but I told him about this one, so I said I'll take some pictures and send it. But it's so awful that it's awesome that I might actually keep it. I don't know. I've never had a Hawaiian shirt. Never been my thing, but hey, maybe one shirt. You know,
I like it. It's very loud, and you got the lights working in the background.
Yeah. I tried to add lights.
I feel like we're at a Chinese restaurant.
Yes.
Toy Story. Not Toy Story. What was that? Christmas Story.
Okay.
How you doing, Scott?
Doing good. How about you guys?
Not bad. Hanging in there. Improvising, adapting to this new, this new setup we're dealing with, which I guess we could talk about here.
That's the name of the game right there. Adapting and whose video was I watching? He was getting stuff for free on Facebook Marketplace. I know you're big on Facebook Marketplace, Brian, but
like he was telling me all the good finds he was having. So I jumped on there and found a couple nice freebies, and I missed out. Well, here's the thing. It's amazing the things people will give away, and especially this time of year. I guess spring clean out and people are at home, and they're just wanting to get rid of stuff, and they're sheltering in place. So a lot of people, and you can't even really take it to Goodwill or the thrift store. So there's a lot of free stuff curbside pickup right now, and like I picked up a TV, one of the old school VCR DVD, like an old school gamer. I think it's 27 inches.
That was an awesome find.
It was a tank, dude. It was a tank. It was a workout picking that thing up, getting it to the car.
Sure.
And it'd probably go for about $1.50, hopefully local sale. But that was free. And Clay and I were both looking. We're in the same area, and we were both looking at some textbooks that were free.
Okay, yeah.
And the comps on those are about $1 to $150 for the two. And the lady was like, "Oh, well, someone else is supposed to pick them up if they don't. I'll message you." I had several like that. Juicers, you name it. I think with that game, you just have to stay on there multiple times a day and be quick on the trigger. What about you, Clay? You kind of started it out. You want to?
Yeah, so I could have picked up also one of those Magnavox TVs like Brian did, and I was going to pay like 10, but I guess it was on Sunday I was going to go get it up in, well, you kind of know the area, Scott. I think you said like Frisco, but I had already driven like the other way to Saxe, a little past Garland, to the east, and picked up a free, maybe I talked about it last week, a vacuum that I haven't looked up. I just took it to my storage, but hey, it was free. And a printer, which should go for like 60, worst case, let's just say it's 40, 30. You know what I mean? It's 30. Yep. So in the vacuum, if it's 10, 20, I mean, but I think I'll make 100. And then I went back to Saxe the next day to pick up a stereo system that, I think I paid like 15 and it's going for like 50 to 70, so I just was like, after that, and I ran around somewhere else, checked on my dad. I told you, I was just like, so I messaged her, I was like, go back to the first person, and she was like, okay. Cause I just didn't want to have to drive again, cause I don't have room at home and I didn't want, so, but I've gotten a couple things. Like I showed Brian earlier, this like kind of cart that I paid, like $60 just for my personal use. That I'm going to right now. I pack everything on like a card table, but it eats up a huge amount of my tiny living room because I have shelves all around. So now this cart, it has like drawers, so I can put the tape and scissors and some bubble wrap, tissue paper, and kind of save some room, so because I'm trying to organize this place finally now that we have time, and make it a little warehouse, as one of my friends said on our teacher Zoom yesterday, because I sat in front of all these boxes and shelves. She's like, "You look like you're in a warehouse," and she knows what Brian and I do, and I'm like, "Well, that's the point, yeah." So yeah, I'm trying not to scour Facebook Marketplace too much now, because I'm trying to stay at home like we're supposed to,
Right. But curbside pickup should be okay.
Yeah, that's what all of them. And the thing,
if you can get the dump stuff off of the curb and be everybody there, then that's the good thing to do.
Yeah.
Right.
CROCKER'S, they're on their way.
Okay.
Said they're getting presentable.
What about you, Scott? How have you been? Any changes in your method?
I've been sourcing a lot more online. I was checking out Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that for just a minute, but you guys know Landshark Picker? Do you guys know him?
Yeah, I think they'll follow. Yeah, I know.
He has an app called Profit IQ, or whatever. He had a free version, but now he has like one that's $20. And I've been using that to source from Walmart. Basically, you do like a couple stores, but Walmart to Amazon, and going through and checking back and forth between the two. So I've been checking out his app. He's had it out for a while, but he doesn't talk about it too much. Back to one of his old videos to go find it. And I purchased it about 5-6 months ago, but never really got to use it because I have tactical arbitrage, which is $80 a month, and I try to use that more than I do anything else for sourcing on Amazon. I was finding some good finds just going manually through Landshark Picker's app, Profit IQ. So,
and speaking of the devil, like I was talking to Clay as Kevin pops on the freaking line. I guess last Thursday you showed us high bid, how someone else that was doing storage units was selling stuff on online auctions, and that's what I've been using the past couple of days. Like
Double Dog Treasures
and those comic books out on these online auctions. Some of them they'll ship them directly to me, and like the one I did go pick it up today, but it was at an auction warehouse, and there was one guy behind the counter. We're 6 feet apart, and so it's pretty safer than going to the dollar store, that's for sure. And so there are still ways to source out there. And with my low inventory, I kind of need to be able to do that still. We're just kind of talking about adapting and any changes that we've been doing as far as our methods. Do you want to chime in on that?
Oh man, I've got plenty of inventory right now, so I'm not really sourcing. I quit sourcing on Monday.
So just more listing?
Oh yeah, more listing. But I will occasionally look at Facebook Marketplace to see what's out there, and Craigslist, and just eBay itself. But I know like eBay is a guaranteed thing for me. Like if I want to find something, I can buy it. It's just going to take a little longer to get here and then resell it. So whereas I can do it in person with Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace.
I wonder if listings are going up on eBay because everybody has so much time on their hands and listing stuff.
You would think
listings are going up.
And 50,000 free listings a month too.
Yeah, that's it too, right? So
I bet they are. So I guess I'm up to the next question. How's everyone's self been? I know this time last week, at least for me, they were really bad. And since last Thursday, I did have a really good weekend, at least compared to what it had been the week before. Did really well. And, Poshmark, the jewelry, the wholesale jewelry is keeping me afloat. But I even had some big shoe flips through eBay. Sold a pair of bed stews, over $100. So that was nice. So how's everyone else's sales been doing?
Mine's kind of dead. I get maybe one, maybe a day. So it's really affected me.
I've had one a day on eBay for the last 3 days, so that's that's pretty good for me. So, but Amazon, I did hit 10K on Amazon last month.
Nice.
So that was great. Amazon's a beast, so you just keep on feeding it. And, I hit 10K, and I haven't done that in like 5-6 months. So
it's good.
Ramping up all the sending in a lot of stuff and ramping everything up. So
yeah, no TP, hand sanitizer.
No coffee. I've just been sourcing coffee. What's that?
I said the shelves are out of stock here.
Yeah, it is crazy. There's a whole bunch of. I do source from Costco. I do Kirkland brand, so I do get a lot of sales from those. Kirkland garlic, Kirkland aspirin, stuff like that. But yeah, mainly coffee. So I'm taking it all in. But now everybody's catching on, so I'll have to find a couple other things to send them to. So.
We actually Googled how to make homemade disinfectant. Actually, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty easy with what was it, aloe vera and
I guess there's
alcohol.
a couple different ones. Like the one I used, of course, I had water, I had white vinegar, either rubbing alcohol or vodka. We were out of rubbing alcohol, so quarter cup vodka and like some lemon juice, and it's just as effective. It'd been a lot easier if I didn't have to use the vodka.
Well, I see all these creative ways to make masks and all that stuff, but yeah, there's way too many too much on your time on your hand if you're making those kind of videos, I think. But I'm sure they're getting views.
Yeah, they're probably getting a lot of views. I would imagine.
Yeah.
It just really sucks to be inside, trying to stay inside all the time and trying to source online. It's not as fun as going out there in the wild.
Oh, it never is. No.
Yeah, it's that's the only thing that really sucks. Oh, Mike did 4K on Amazon. Yeah, that is killing it.
Yeah.
That is awesome, Mike.
Especially just starting.
Yep.
Nothing on Mercari, 85 on Posh.
Yeah, if you're doing 4K on Amazon, that's doing pretty good starting out.
Yeah, and also, like I said, when I picked up that stuff at the auction house, I was telling Clay that this place, it's near. Speaking, they normally do live auctions on Friday nights. I'm like, hey, once this is over, Clay, we can go out to this. It's kind of remote, so there's probably not a lot of competition. And I spent 20 or 30 minutes making a good connection with the owner there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, talked to him about business, and made a connection. And because Clay and I have been talking, if we do more storage units, we need to be able to move this merchandise, a lot of it, and just cherry pick the stuff to sell online.
Yeah.
So that's always an important thing to try to build connections, try to make those connections anytime you can, because you never know what opportunities and that'll present themselves. And when we come out of this, we want to be in a stronger position, whether it's like Kevin cranking out those listings, Clay's cranking out listings that you are, or we just need to be stronger on the other side.
I actually had my busiest week. Maybe I said in the chat, but I sold 7 things last week. So one a day, which for me is the busiest. And
what did you do? What did you do differently from last week?
Yeah, what happened, Clay?
Yeah,
I listed some, but I also I sent out offers. I think some of it just it's the listing, and some of it dumb luck, and some of it's not board games. Like Yahtzee sold yesterday, not much, but my cousin gave it to me, so $9 I made. But so listing just those clothes, helps get people to your store. And last weekend I listed not a ton, but a few more things, and a couple this week. I've not done as much as I should, but
did you do like I told you though?
Yeah, I've spent less time generally less time watching TV and trying to organize my apartment, doing more eBay related, at least, getting organized here, still not as, it's that deal, like, because we have so much time now, kind of, for me, I can easily not be as motivated. Like today, it took hours to get motivated to do lesson plans. Once I got motivated, then it wasn't that bad, you know, and I knocked it out. I mean, it still took me a few hours because it's trial and error, and I got to click on this, and do everything for each class. But, you know, once I got going, it was fine. But yeah, so this weekend it's organize and then list. Because once I'm organized, then it makes it easier to actually list when I can see all the shoes I needed to list, you know.
Did you cross list on Poshmark yet, like we talked about last
No, that you're gonna kill me. I got to do it before the 11th because I'm not getting billed again. I know. Yeah.
And just
it's on some to-do list somewhere.
Your sales are up, so just imagine if you take these other couple steps.
I know, right?
Man,
yeah,
you could get there.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're making good progress.
Yeah. Jill says he listed on Mercari. I did list one item on Mercari this week too. I listed 20, 30 original Xbox games on Mercari just to see if they sell on there. So
I used to like Chris on Daily Refinement. He did a store review on my Mercari, eBay, and Poshmark on his videos, and I was using Mercari quite a bit back then, and I was listing consistently. And I tell you what, I was getting a lot of sales on Mercari. And the reason I've stopped, and they've changed it since then, but it was hard to manage the inventory. Like if something sells on eBay, it's easy for me to take it off of Poshmark, but there was not an easy process. It's not like how eBay, you have your inventory and your search bars. On Mercari, they didn't have anything like that. So I was getting dings on Mercari because people were buying.
That's the one you would get dings on is Mercari. That's Mike says, did it sell? And it hasn't sold. I got like 5 likes, so I did price it high because I know with Mercari you price it high, and then they want you to promote it, and then they want you to do this to it, and then do this to it, and then finally so
hey, Brian, how many followers do you have on Poshmark?
Here, let's look a lot.
It's funny. I haven't really done anything in like six months on Poshmark, and I have almost 26,000 followers, and I haven't done nothing. Every day I keep getting followers.
Yeah, you will gain a lot just organically.
Yeah, I think, or maybe because I'm a Poshmark ambassador too.
Yeah, got 138,000.
Nice.
So yeah, I actively work that. Oh, there's CROCKER'S LOCKERS. It does have an impact.
What's up, kid?
But it's not the #1 thing to do to get stuff on Poshmark. Hey guys.
Hey guys. How are you?
How's everybody in Dallas, Fort Worth area doing, except for the 2 that I don't know if they live here or not?
Yeah, we have Kevin the Thrifty Lounge in Florida, and Scott's in California, Triple D.
Sacramento.
Yeah, Sacramento, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, so we're like all across country pinned up here. How the heck y'all doing?
We sort of outnumbered.
Great.
We got more Texas than
Finally, yeah.
Let's go to Cali. So what y'all been up to in this fun?
Just hanging out. Just hanging out, yeah.
We're talking about, we've been adapting and adjusting to, where we're at right now, how sales are going. We're just talking about the different platforms, Poshmark, Mercari, Amazon, and just how everyone does. What about you guys? Well, I guess since y'all are just popping on, you want to tell us real quick, like your story, your reselling story, kind of get us up to speed?
Go for it, Kimbo.
Oh, well.
Hold on, let me stick my hand in the bag so she can talk.
No, what are we supposed to say?
Basically, I'm John. She's Kim. We're CROCKER'S LOCKERS. We buy and resell storage, and we buy a lot of storage units. It's really hard to resell. It's hard to resell.
We try. It's a lot of work and it's hard.
But it's always fun, man. It's been an adventure. We've been doing this since
that's what I was trying
we bought our first locker in May of last year, I think.
Maybe a little bit longer than that. I think technically on camera it hasn't been that long.
On camera it's been mid-July.
Yeah, we were buying them a few months before then, and we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into.
Yeah, the addiction is real.
It's very real.
Can I ask
Very
you a
addictive
question?
and very.
Were y'all reselling
Yeah.
prior to going into storage units, and then you just kind of moved up to that, or did you go straight into storage units? And then
No.
what got you
Well,
storage units?
Well, honestly, probably, gosh, it's gonna age me like 10, 12 years ago. I used to have a boutique, and I used to be a reseller. I started on eBay and then progressed to brick and mortar. So I did that years and years ago, but completely different merchandise and nothing. So I kind of knew the game, I would guess, a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
then when I was getting myself cleaned up, I'm a friend of Bill. I was getting myself cleaned up. We did, oh Lord, it was basically we were flipping stuff. We were going out, kind of like taco stacks, going out. If I'd have known then what I know now, I'd been filming and doing it all,
We did the trash picking.
Like, oh geez.
We did the trash picking and the scrapping and all that for, gosh, probably a year.
Yeah, at least a year.
A year.
And then I fixed, was a master certified mechanic, so I fixed a lot of small engine equipment on the side. And then once I got, I was fortunate enough to get another full-time gig, with my history, and we just kind of enjoy it. And it's more, it's
the thrill of the chase.
The thrill of the chase and the dream of being your own boss. It's very real.
Mm-hmm.
And
you get something really good and you get really excited, and that lasts for probably way longer than it should.
Yeah.
But gosh, even with the trash stuff, it was crazy. We'd actually get excited, get up way before the sun would come up, go out, do our scrapping.
Yeah, we had our rivals. If you'd see the white Dodge truck with the dent on the door, oh man, he's here first. So I mean, it's hardcore.
And the storage stuff fell into it way after. He started watching some videos, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Started watching, and I'm like, "We have to do it. We have to get the storage unit. We have to try it." It was a whole lot more than we ever thought.
Yeah, a whole lot more than we ever would have thought.
A whole lot more.
We just kept at it. The stories were interesting, and then we had a couple of good licks, and it was enough to keep us going some more. And
with the stories, my gosh.
How was stories? Because Clay and I, we've also, for me, I started eBay, then Poshmark, and all these other platforms, kind of doing the garage sales, then the thrift stores, some estate sales, even done a little bit of done some wholesale. And then recently, as of January, we've done, I think, 3 storage units so far. And I get what you're saying. We haven't done nearly as many as you have, but all 3 have been profitable. And it's that thrill of the hunt of finding it. And probably my best unit is what I call my Nike unit. It was just filled over 100 pair of brand new Nikes in it, plus thousands of new Nike headbands. And Clay and I actually, because I told him, I'm like, all right, your sourcing opportunities are limited right now. You can't go garage selling. You can't go to thrift stores. You can't go to the bins. So I'm like, it should be safe to do some storage units. Let's do them. And we found one. You guys maybe have seen it. We were looking at the online storage units, and there was a 10 by 10 storage unit locally, and it was filled with books, from the floor to the ceiling. And I calculated there's probably 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 books in there. And if you just figure, the most exciting thing, but there's going to be some good books in there. So that's $5,000 to $10,000 was what I was thinking. And we went for it, and we came up just a little bit short on that unit, and I was really bummed out. So yeah, the storage unit. Where was it? That one was
Ennis.
Ennis, yeah, Ennis.
It ended on Sunday.
Yeah, we went for 510.
Oh,
and I said,
got one recently.
Nice, we got one recently. Everything's been dry as a bone up here.
We haven't been getting anything.
I think Grimes got one
last week.
Last week.
Yeah.
And
We had a
now
few.
storage treasures. I think I'm probably doing something right now. That's it.
That's it.
There was a whole bunch at Farmers Market Storage Choice there at Deep Ellum, which that's a decent facility. You can get.
Yeah, it depends, but
It's worth gambling at. That's where we got our horsepower 3 locker at. And a couple other ones.
Do you guys do in-person storage units, or do y'all do online, or do y'all do a mixture?
mixture. We definitely would like to do more live and in person because I think that's your best gamble to get something that they haven't maybe rifled through as much.
Yeah.
But because of his schedule and our schedule, online obviously is more convenient, but with online is hard, and it's very, very rare that they haven't rumbled through it all.
Yeah, that's the hard part is finding one that they haven't rifled through or
staged. The stage.
Yeah, the stage ones are really bad.
Yeah.
And that's honestly what I think the last run of lockers they had. I think a lot of them were very, very, very staged.
Yeah.
And that goes for, I mean, we're looking at what was the Storage Choice in Deep Ellum. And usually they got some good clean lockers in there. And it was one of those, and it even made me stop and go, well, they're just trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff before, they're not going to
have any auctions for however long.
So you're saying like they're going to move crap from several lockers to one? Is that what you mean, stage?
Yeah.
Well,
stage, manager special, whatever.
I hadn't thought of any of that.
It's opening it all to whatever what people have left behind, and they put all in one for sure. But also the ones they try and make look prettier.
Well, really, are you going to leave your Xbox 360 box right there? The first thing you see when you open the door, along with your Louis Vuitton purse and the big dusty table, and there's a handprint and a Louis Vuitton.
The one with the rifle.
Yeah, the one with the rifle was bad. That was out at a place that we call Bass Pro, out by Bass Pro Shops in Garland.
Yeah.
Over on Ray Hubbard. They literally rifled through the records and set out the records. And then they said there was a shotgun, little 19-inch barrel shotgun, and it was in between the metal studs. There was some boxes, and you see the tip of the gun pointing up. So it's like, okay, that's kind of cool to find. Next picture, it's up on top of a dresser, leaned up against the wall, kind of like cleaned up, and like, oh, there's a gun, And you'll notice like the random ones, boxes especially, you see them sitting like this, and then it'll be turned like this, and then it'll be turned over like that, or leaned over like so. And there was one that we were looking at a couple weeks ago, and it was there was a big round dusty table. It was great. I mean, dust, amazing, lots of dust, right? And there was a duffel bag that just happened to be open.
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering what happened.
And there was a duffel bag that happened to be open. And there's a brand new, I mean, the level of dust in these pictures was like Storage Auction Pyro would pay $3,000 for this unit level of dust in these pictures.
Yeah.
And there was a palm print on the table. There was a duffel bag that was open, and a shiny, really pretty Michael Kors backpack. No dust, nothing, really shiny and pretty laid out. It's like, you want me to, I mean, you really want me to think that, yeah, no.
Yeah.
So that's just like a clear sign. I mean, look at where the dust is and where the palm prints are.
It's insulting a little bit, actually.
Yeah, it is. And also look at when you find pictures that are really pixelated.
Yeah. That can go either way.
That can go either way.
That can go either way because a couple times they've been really pixelated. We would never throw any good amount of money to the pixelated ones, but see what happens.
Yeah, but I think at that storage facility, that's a great value. With their pixelated pictures where they take a picture of the camera pointing this way.
Well, yeah.
And the TVs are over here, and you don't ever see them. They take them out of the units.
And you find out later because you have a friend that feels bad that you voted or not voted,
What are you thinking?
You put money on a unit, and he says, I like you guys, and didn't want you to get screwed, and just to let you know, they take stuff out of the unit.
I got a whole thing full of TVs up there.
He said, we take them to the pawn shop. I'm like, wow.
So,
Yeah, so you gotta be careful.
yeah, you just got to be very. I mean, if it's a sketchy area, the thing is, the guns. They're but the toolbox. I mean, name it. That's the bad thing, and it's not every facility. It's just in certain parts of town, Daniel. But it's just certain parts of town. So, and I mean, we found like where were we at? I don't know. We were
in a dish fight.
I forget where we were. What's
Someone's doing construction.
Great Value? No, not Great Value. Not Great Value, but where we got the gold.
Yeah, that was Beltline.
No, the name of the facility.
Life Storage.
Life Storage. Okay, see, she knows. I didn't mean to throw that pick at you. But this stuff it was in a Ziploc bag, man.
Wow.
Just
in a backpack.
in a Ziploc bag and a backpack in the back corner.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Nice.
All this pretty good stuff.
Pretty stuff.
All 14 karat.
Wow.
Yeah.
It would have been buried. It was buried. Yeah, it was buried.
And that was our first.
And even I laughed when she pulled the bag out. I was like, yeah, whatever.
So is that your best find, or what's been your best unit or your best find in a unit up to date?
I think it's high. I mean, gold, it would definitely be that one.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely that.
And then just recently, our Jordan haul.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That was a good
22
one.
pairs of Jordan.
How many was it?
I mean,
How many? 22 pairs.
Okay, I saw the video. Yeah, and you just kept pulling them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it just kept.
And there was honestly more than that, but we donated several pairs, and they were kiddo shoes, so we didn't even count that in. The 22 pairs were the ones for sure.
Yeah, and that's not including the Fila's, and
No,
that's not including the singles. We got a bunch of singles.
Well, there's I think three pairs of Fila's.
Yeah.
We didn't count in there, and then the singles, which we talked to our sneakerhead friend, and he's like, "Oh, trophy those because they're good." And
he's like, "Put them on your wall as a trophy." My boy Escobar.
But this was obviously we haven't figured out maybe
this was a full gamble. It was a full gamble.
Dad's collection.
So what
there was no boxes.
So when you decided to purchase that unit, like what did you pay for it, and what was visible to you? Obviously, you didn't see all those orders, did you?
No, there was 3 U-Haul boxes, and there were 6 garbage bags.
And
there was a stuffed animal
tennis shoe in between the trash bag and the boxes,
which I didn't think anything
I
of.
saw it, but we see a lot of random shoes.
We used to find single shoes. I mean, that's just part of the
game. A lot of
game.
single shoes, but
how much did y'all pay for that unit?
60 plus fees, so we probably got out of there for about 73.
73.
Yeah, 73-ish.
Nice.
And it was funny because the district manager for Life Storage was working the desk that day, and if you saw our video the week before, the last one we did,
horrible.
We called it the secret and in unit. It's where I had found a box. There was people living in the units, and there was lots of rodents living in the units. And I can't. Oh, hey, guitars! You're speaking the language now, Bill.
Guitar. I gotta ask him in a minute.
You got. There was baby mice in it, and I can't kill anything's a baby. I got to give it a sporting chance, I can't kill a baby.
I was like, take the babies outside, let them go. It was disgusting. Just let the babies go. We'll figure it out.
We'd already chalked up our losses on this. We figured the most valuable thing in there was the jailhouse tattoo gun we found, and that was about it, man. And I went out and I started to dump this box because Mama was running around. What I figured was Mama, and there were these little pink mice. They didn't even have their eyes open. Their skin's still pink and everything. And I turned that box And it was like something out of The Simpsons, man. Just mice just pouring out of this thing. Enough for me to even go, wow.
I mean, you know what's bad when I'm way across the parking lot on the stairs and I see him and he has no color in his face. And I'm like, ha ha.
And so
I was scared of a mouse. And yeah, it was, all I saw was brown and black. I've never seen anything like
that. And it was.
Well, we told management, I mean.
Yeah, they let us use the dumpster after that. And
they should have given us our money back completely after that.
But then we were apparently the talk of life storage because the district manager for life storage happened to be at the Air Jordan unit place and he came and unlocked the door.
No, his first thing, he goes, so you've done this before, right? Yeah. About a bunch? Yeah. So you know that sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. We said, yeah, we know. I said, we're just hoping there's not a bunch of mice. He goes, yeah, I had this unit. He goes, wait, is that you guys? We're like, yeah, that was us.
That was us.
It was the same manager. He's like, oh my God, I've never had that happen. And he went on about the whole spiel, but yeah.
Yeah, so
we made our market life story.
Yeah, they know us.
Which was fine because that was horrible. There's no reason, excuse.
No, it's just you gotta police the people, man. They're bringing the food in. Well, and honestly, where that life storage is out on Good Latimer, I mean, you can't blame the people for bringing their food in there. And that's where their stuff is safe at, because otherwise they take it to the shelter, it gets ripped off. So, I mean, it's 6 to 1, half dozen the other.
Is that the one that's like all white, right on 30? That big white building on 30, going towards downtown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, because I have my own. I rented a space at the public storage, like a few blocks away or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not.
Just because it's cheap since they just opened that one, so I just got a 10x5 just to stash some stuff in for now.
Yeah, if you're looking for auctions, the ones with the $1 first month rent, free first month rent, that's the ones you simply just try to stay away from those facilities.
Yeah.
Because generally you're going to get garbage. I mean, that's the bottom line. You're going to get garbage.
It's bad there.
That's good to know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a great deal for legit people. We're going to store some stuff there and whatever.
Yeah.
But then you get units like we spent the most we had ever spent on a storage unit, and it was like a midget had been living in there smoking for 6 months, man.
And that's the bad thing about online. You can't smell it. You can't look at it. And once they open that thing, we're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty too. Everything was taped up, boxed, and basically another reseller. It was cheaper to rent a storage unit for a month than it was to use a dumpster. And that's what they did.
Yeah.
But the Jordan unit, like the original question, it was 3 boxes and 6 bags. And the boxes were, I like the tape on the top. It hadn't been taped and retaped and torn apart taped. It was the first taping. It was that good U-Haul tape, the cardboard tape with the string in it,
Mm-hmm.
It was the good tape. And that was worth the gamble. And it actually paid off this time.
But I mean, in all honesty, and we were talking about it the other day, our units that we didn't pay not so much for have been the biggest ones to pay off. The ones we've gone all out thinking it's going to be great, we usually lose big time.
Yeah, we drove out to Marsh Lane and the Pig Butt Tollway, man.
Even our $20 one ended up, we got a Nest thermostat that was a $200 thing.
Yeah, $200.
And starter jackets and reptile.
So that's
that
question. Clay and I've been talking. We've only done 3, and I've never paid more than 100. And my Nike unit's probably already brought 3,000 or 4,000 in. I can only imagine what your unit's going to bring in. And I look at some of these units that go for bigger money, and I haven't done a big money unit. So, do you think it might be better to focus on some of the value units? And then I guess a second question, or you can take this question also. How do you handle all the inventory? We've done a few, and we're used to cherry pick, just picking the items that you want to sell, however you source them. But when you get a storage unit, you've got to go to the dump. You've got to donate stuff. It took me a month to list all the Nike and Adidas I got out of one unit. I And it's good stuff, right? I mean, $20, $30.
Yeah.
Cost of goods is probably 20 cents each. But I just don't want to list that much clothing unless it's higher dollar. So how do you all handle the inventory? How do you actually turn that inventory to money? What's your approach?
And the trash. And the trash. And crappy furniture.
Yeah, that is a really good question. Brian, by the way, did you do a video on those Nikes? I'd like to see that haul.
Yeah, it's in it's in
Link it up in the chat so I can watch it.
All right. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Tell us how y'all do that.
I was gonna say we should throw our like
cheap furniture, man.
We honestly
we operate out of a 2013 Ford Focus.
And everyone laughs.
And that, I mean, I like to say it keeps
We're
us
gonna
honest,
upgrade.
you know. It keeps
Is
us
it an
honest.
ST or an
Yeah,
ST?
a lot more in my garage right now, so that helps too.
Is it a two-door?
I mean,
It's a
yeah,
four-door.
Because the first car I really had a loan on, my mom co-signed, and I loved it. It was a 2000, and it was brand new. It was a 2005 Ford Focus ST because I wanted a manual stick. Because of course, being like 20 years old, I'm like, I want a manual, you know. And they just stopped making the SVT, but they had the ST. That was a fun car.
Gosh,
So yours was
wasn't.
Yeah, we have to look up 2013 Ford
Yeah,
Focus.
it's a horrible. It's been a blessing to us. It's got us through a million things, but it's
about time to get out of it.
But it's a recall kind of bad, not yeah. So
I mean, we take sawzalls the units and we cut things up outside the units, and I've got the little adapter, you know. You screw into the light bulb, and you screw into the light bulb, plug your extension cord in, and cut things up and put it in the car and go find somewhere.
Was too bad for us to video that.
So,
well, I mean, dude, the dumpster was 8 feet away, and the guy wouldn't let me put a desktop in it for $10.
So when you say find a place, do you just like, oh, there's a dumpster behind a business, and you dump crap there?
I try sometimes.
I get mad at her. But she likes that.
But he doesn't follow my lead.
Well, we're both don't do as gracefully as we used to. So we're kind of like the Keystone Cops trying to get things down.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, we've just brought crap to my complex. The first unit, there was nothing bad. The second unit, I can't remember now. There was much furniture. Oh, there's a sofa that Brian, do you still have the sofa, or did you give it to whatever, Andrew or something, right?
I have it. I had it listed locally for $100. It's a Lazy Boy leather couch. I've had 4, 5, 6 people that want it, but I'm holding it for friends of my kids.
But so then when the third unit that we did, he bought it and I helped him clear it out the last day. And there was all this crappy furniture. So we brought it to my complex, and I live right by like Woodrow Wilson. So y'all have a reference if you know that in Lakewood, you know, by the country club. And so we put like some of the trash, there's like 3 dumpsters. So I was like, okay, that's fine. But there were like these small tables you'd find like, I don't know, you know, like at a restaurant. They were just moldy and gross. And there was like 5 of those, Brian, and a small sofa. So we just dumped all this crap like out of the back. He had rented a U-Haul, and I was like, let's just take it to my place. And he was like, I'll give you like 20 more bucks, you know, to use your, and it sat there, and I have to circle my complex to go to my, you know, apartment and parking spot. And for some days I was like, oh God, I feel so crappy. Cause it just sat there. And some we put in the dumpster, and others we put out. We were like, no one's going to take it. And I guess they have like the valet trash people. And I guess little by little, they would put it in the dumpster. So it finally disappeared. So it's like trash bags I don't mind us bringing here with 3 dumpsters, a recycle, but the furniture, it's like, what do you know, that's our problem. We don't know. There's the McComas dump, but I've heard bad things about that. That's a landfill for you 2 out of town guys.
We can fit a twin mattress in our car.
Can fit in there. And
wait, what?
I do that pretty quickly.
That would be
I want to see that video.
That'd be a great video.
Yes.
I'm moving way too fast to video that, man, because it's usually a bad neighborhood with a bad apartment complex and a bad dumpster that I'm dumping it at.
Just tomorrow, make one with your bed. Go cram it in there. You got nothing else to do, right? Work from home a little.
I just got my hernia fixed, so yeah, I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to the Queens holding it, Homer Simpson style.
We like try our best.
And but mattresses are a lot of.
Mattresses. Ugh.
We try not to bid on a lot of units. If we see mattresses, it's pretty much we are. What I'd like to say we're professionals. When you classify like a musician, you make $1 doing this, so now you're a professional kind of thing. But it's. I mean, moving stuff, storing stuff is our biggest thing, but it's also what keeps us level and keeps us honest, I think. I mean, we're able to throw things out for the garbage guy. And so, having been there, I separate stuff out for the scrappers.
We do, yeah.
And make sure, that they're taken care of and they got their stuff. I donate. I mean, sharing life is our best friend, man. And,
what is that, a charity around here?
Yeah, they're a charity food bank thing.
Charity. I think they do a little bit of shelter work with domestic violence and
okay.
That.
And what's it called again?
And
Sharing Life.
Sharing Life. Okay, well I can remember that.
The one that we work with is over off of what is it? Emperor. I forget. It's off Town East and 635.
Yeah. Oh, that's not far. Yeah, for me. Yeah. Okay.
And Goodwill. I mean, a lot of the units here lately with work kicking back up. Now the days are getting longer. We might be able to, if we can ever buy a unit again.
Actually, Paws definitely over Goodwill. We donate a lot to Paws.
They do come to the house. That's another plus there. Paws does.
And everything they profit goes to animals and that's much higher. Goodwill is like our
last resort.
But we do use it because
we lose audio?
Yeah. I think we do.
Oh.
We can't. Y'all's audio went out. Can y'all hear us?
We were going through on the Jordan unit, man. And 87325 easy. We're going through a lot of these pants and stuff, and I'm like just kicking myself for donating all this stuff to Goodwill.
Well, that's the thing. Because we don't do Poshmark. We tried it for a little bit, and it was much more of a pain, and I think too expensive for us. But so the clothes market with us is very. We cherry pick a lot with our clothes.
Yeah,
and we could probably make a ton more money if we had the time or the.
Well, it's getting to be garage sale season, so I mean that's a plus.
If it ever comes back.
Well, it will. You just put that stuff out for $1 a piece, man, and just watch it go.
I just want to be able to have a garage sale.
I do too. I want my garage back.
I think that's where Clay and I have a problem is we're used to going to the garage sales and sourcing things. So when I buy a storage unit and it's filled with Nike and Adidas, I'm like, man, that top's worth 20, and everything's worth at least 20. That it's hard for me not to list that stuff, but at the same time, it beat me down. It took me a month to list hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of items, and they've all made money. But that's what I was telling Clay. I'm like, we need to figure out a way to move this stuff wholesale, to find some sources that will buy it. Like if we're getting a piece of clothing, just say it costs 25 cents. Even if we sell that for $2 to another reseller, I mean, you're making some good money if you do that in volume, and you're not getting tied up with all that clothing. So that then you can, like, I found a Salvatore Ferragamo belt that sold like $150. It was in a unit. So you can cherry pick those better items, the electronic and whatnot, and then wholesale that the $10 to $20 items. That's the model I'd like to do. And Clay and I've been talking a lot about it. Like, how do we figure this out? I was even talking about Buffalo Exchange.
Yeah.
Kevin's friend Chris on Daily Refinement, he talked about this on one of his videos that And I have never been, but you can take clothing there, and they'll either give you cash, kind of like a Plato's Closet, or they'll give you a bigger percentage that's a credit to the store. So the model is take all that clothing, get what you can, but don't get cash. I don't know the exact percentages, but maybe they give you 20% of value cash or maybe 40% in credit. Get that store credit so you maximize it, and then cherry pick the best items you can buy from there that you can then resell at a higher profit. And then that's the only thing that's going full throttle on storage units is trying to streamline the process.
Yeah. No, you're correct. And honestly, if we could find, you bring up a good point, someplace to wholesale or do clothing like that, I'd be all for it, because like this unit, most of the clothing we get is not, I mean, there's some good quality stuff, but it's
most of it's more on the scratch and dent side of scratch and dent.
But like this with the Jordans, they were all brand new. Either they had tags on it or they were just new. So if we had an outlet to even sell them at a cheap rate and let them make the profit of it.
Well, it's like what Nate and Anthony were doing that tonight. I mean, everyone's doing these auctions on YouTube, which and Nate and Anthony, every day I'm hustling in Pittsburgh, they were doing wholesale lots. Right before we came on with y'all, they were doing wholesale lot auction.
Grimes finds done right?
Yeah, Grimes does the auctions. I don't know what he's going to be doing here.
I don't know.
He keeps finding good units.
Yeah.
That one, did you see the video with all the purses the other day?
We talked to him, yeah.
I watched just that first part, and I was talked to Brian like shortly after, and I was like, he paid $1,000, but that one tub of all those purses and wallets, geez, that's a huge. That's a big unit.
I don't understand.
He's also got the resources.
He does, but
yeah, the people.
And that unit was
he has the manpower to move it.
Yep.
The temporary warehouse.
Being real good to him right now, so he's got the area to store it, and he's got the resources to do it. He's not, us, out doing our thing and hoping.
Yeah, for someone who had their place burned down, he's rocking and rolling pretty good. Having those people letting him use the back of their warehouse, I can't remember. I followed whoever it is. They're like motorsports company or ATVs or something.
Yeah, big time.
They're out off of they're off of 380 and 157.
Yeah,
so it's a little bit different area, but it's a lot better side of town for auctions too.
What's 157? I know 380 means like up north.
Well, 380 runs from Denton to McKinney to Decatur.
Yeah.
And then 157 is Blue Mountain Road.
Okay.
So it's out in that area.
Okay. I just don't know that number. I've never been, I guess, either driving Uber or just cuz up there.
But no, it's great. It's awesome to see him being able to bounce back. It's and I know if my business burned, I don't know if I'd handle it halfway as gracefully as he did, losing everything that he lost. But man, we've been in there. We got a lot of cool stuff in there. So,
all right. Well, I've got a question for you guys. But when you're bidding on an auction, whether it's online or in person, do you consider the area of town? Do you bid more on a unit if it's in a better part of town where there's more money, and that kind of makes sense, and I'll let you answer, but I'll tell you, like that Nike unit was in a horrible part of town. It was Buckner,
Pleasant Grove, far Pleasant Grove.
But
we've had great units off of Buckner Boulevard.
I mean, to be honest, we've done both especially you, because you're like, let's branch out, let's get to a better area, let's throw money out in a better area. And has it panned out usually? No.
We drove 7 tolls and one of the second most expensive locker we've ever bought just to get some used baking sheets and a crock pot.
And it was set up just as pretty. It had the boxes, and it had a Yamaha keyboard, which we're like, okay. in our minds will bid how much the Yamaha keyboard.
You bid what you can see.
Yeah.
And we did. Actually, we tried it a little bit more. But honestly, we've learned the hard way and the good way that actually in not so good areas of town, you get really good stuff.
Yeah.
But you get a lot of bad stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we've gotten a lot of horrible,
you get a ton of
horrible
garbage,
stuff.
but
But our best stuff has been in
bad
not
parts
great
of town.
areas. Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, it's
hands down.
wherever you're most comfortable, you know, and then you also got to remember, like, take small town, like, say, Terrell, for example. Everybody knows everybody out there.
Mm.
So the chances are that running the storage facility knows someone who knows what you put in your locker.
That's a good point.
Actually,
So-
you probably just got,
Oh, no,
we got taken really
got taken
in
real
Terrell.
bad in Terrell. But I mean, it was a beautiful. It was on it was on what was it? StorageAuctions.com or
Yeah, it was a storage.
one of the
Auctions.
scratch and dent storage
either-
sites, you know.
Self-storage auction. It was one of the two alternates, I think.
And I mean, this locker, it was gorgeous. It had Nike boxes. It was a 5x10. Across the entire back wall was Nike and Adidas boxes.
Wow.
Across this wall was Nike and Adidas boxes, starting about 4 feet in, stacked up about yay tall.
But they were boxes, and that.
But they were
I
boxes.
kept telling them, like, John, they're boxes. They
And
don't
then,
even see. We can
Sitting
see
on
how many
a suitcase right in the middle was a pair of Yeezys.
you could see.
Oh,
That
nice.
you could see these Yeezys. And there was a couple of heaters. I mean, there's a
And there
couple
was
of turn and burn, you know,
like
things.
nice boots,
There's some nice boots, and
a suitcase. We threw $90 at it.
yeah, we threw $90 at it.
Got it.
And we get out there. Of course, we do this on my lunch break, you know. So we fly out to Terrell. We'll usually go pay for them on my lunch break, and then go after work and clean them out. And because you want to get your lock on there as soon as possible.
Right.
That's the thing. You want to get your lock on there. And we get out there, and the lady's out on the property with this other old lady, and they're walking up and just acting kind of shady, you know. And we're like, okay, well, we won this auction. You know, we're here to pick up this locker. Oh, well, she just paid for it.
Like,
No, she didn't. I've got the winning, I've got the winning ticket right here.
always keep your paperwork with you.
Keep your paperwork and keep the pictures of the
Pictures.
unit.
That you bid on.
Keep pictures of what you bid on,
Save them.
and they will save your butt.
Yep.
Trust me, because we paid this lady, and we walked back to where this unit was, and she opened the door, and not only was everything completely turned around, there was no shoe boxes, there was no suitcase, no Yeezys.
No shoes.
There was a 1 heater out of 3, and it was completely empty.
Wow.
And we just happened to say, "Oh well, you know, the people
And then we didn't video.
we didn't video."
We're in shock, yeah.
I mean, we're in such a hurry, and we're just kind of like going through the motions, and you don't really video it.
Well, the first thing you said, you're like, I don't think so. This is not the unit we've been on. Oh, yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
And
And
I
she
pulled
said
pictures up.
her first mistake was she said, well, that lady walked through it and moved some things around. I said, what? She said, yeah, she walked through it with things. She said it was hers. And then she said, and we've been having a problem. The little red,
The little red lock, the red keys for their facility master locks that they carry around, you know, their
anyone
master
can buy
locks.
them on the internet.
Yeah, you can buy their keys on the internet and
and
go.
come take things out of units. I said, pardon me?
So
I said, you have cameras right here. You're telling me someone came in and just emptied it? Well, anyone can get a key online.
and the alarms are unhooked conveniently. And
She said, well, do you want a refund? I said, yeah. Should have called the cops. I mean, it was that bad.
yeah, it was that bad. We should have called the police, but if I hadn't had the pictures,
Right.
And
I could
report,
put the
report,
website up and I had screenshots.
yeah, report them to
Sorry?
the storage unit, the online auction place.
Oh, we
too.
did.
That's terrible.
Then we had another one. It was a smart.
This was bad, though. I mean, this was, and that's how we knew because we bid
I mean, and
$90
they were
on it.
Yeezys. They were 100% legit Yeezys.
And we only bid, because like I said, there was tons of Nike boxes and Jordan boxes, but you have to, in your mind, you got to think they're empty. That's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
But we knew then those couldn't have been empty if they were gone.
Yeah, they were gone.
So that was
yeah.
probably full of sneakers that somebody else got. But yeah.
And the cute smarts were bad about it too. We had bought a locker there and went in, opened the door, and I'm like, told the lady, it's like, this isn't what we bought. It was the pictures they used on the auction were pictures they had taken back in June, and this auction was in October.
Yeah.
The person that had gone to auction, they paid for it and paid for it and paid for it, and they finally lost it. But they had paid for it, gone in and gotten stuff out. Paid for it, gone in and gotten stuff out. And I guess the June pictures looked a lot more appealing than the September picture.
But people don't call them out on that kind of stuff. I mean, they're going to try and get away with what they can.
Yeah, then you got to watch out for the manager specials like Justin showed in his. I mean, they're...
No, we never do manager
Well, no,
specials.
Sometimes we've gotten them and we didn't realize we got them.
At the
Especially
very-
over here in
at the very
next door to
beginning,
Walmart.
I think.
That guy was shady as...
Which one?
Oh, Mesquite, right? The rat.
Oh, well.
I'm trying to avoid saying the name of the place.
He was, yeah, well.
He's shady.
He was just bad everywhere.
But no, we've gotten some great units from Bale. We picked up one off of Buckner Boulevard, Life Storage over there, between Sain and Military Parkway.
Yeah.
And it had camera unit. It had dome cameras, 4 brand new dome cameras. And it had a refrigerant recycling machine, just all kinds of stuff. And of course, we emptied it out and got all the stuff. And
Pool table, which we
had a pool table, brand new cooktop, brand new over the range microwave with a vent hood.
No, that wasn't there. Obviously.
And it has some parts for a custom Kohler shower system. Just a lot of big money stuff. We didn't know it was in there. We saw the camera boxes and we saw the refrigerant recovery machine box. And that's what we bid on.
We thought they would be empty.
We thought they'd be empty, and lo and behold, they weren't. So, I mean, it really is 100% gamble.
Yeah.
I feel like in maybe certain areas, the crap is crap, really crappy, but the good is really good.
Yeah.
It's more extreme maybe in some crappier, I hate to say crappier parts of town. Like, and Scott and Kevin just, Pleasant Grove. Like my mom grew up in Pleasant Grove. And at that time, very pleasant area. It was like a brand new part of Dallas, like east, past where we have the state fair and the Cotton Bowl. And now, not picking on it. And I have some students who live over there and come to the academy part of where I teach, Cliff, and it is rough. Like it's some of the areas. Oh yeah, here's an example. A girl I dated years ago, Amy, was teaching at this elementary, and her car got stolen from the parking lot. So the cops then went to a student's house, like down the block. They found the car. Somebody just taken it on a joyride, and nothing was wrong with it. But they went to this kid's house who was like a 4th grader and said, "We know it was you because you've done it before. We can't prove it." And he was like, the kid's like,
"Wow."
So I mean, not to pick on like people that go to Samuel and stuff, but it is really rough out in the Grove.
Yeah, Samuel's bad, but we've gotten some good stuff at Samuel. But
not on purpose.
Not on purpose, just because they didn't find it. We found a pair. What was it? Jordan Retro 6 playoff breads, and they were in a unit that we're actually getting ready to release the video. But I was able to, if it's decent, basically like a lost video. Because the unit was just terrible. It was bad. And I mean, if you have a Pinton, buddy, we could have hooked you up. But other than that, it was dirty underwear and mail.
But that's also the when we found that guy felt bad.
Dumpster diving, right?
That's it. That's dumpster diving. Yep.
No,
that's when we found out the guy that works around there. He felt bad and told us what they do.
And he said that they take things out and they take pictures this way, and so you can't see, and they'll take TVs out. And he said guns. They take guns and all sorts of stuff. Like, wow.
Which I don't understand because Justin found a gun there.
Yeah, I think ones that maybe they don't think they can trace. I'm not sure. And Justin also got a safe there.
Yeah, the safety happened to get there was empty too. we got lockers on the same day, and we ran into him. And yeah, he found a couple of guns and a empty safe and an empty cash box.
But the dude that told us everything, I know they left that. So it's just it's such a shady.
Have you ever found big amounts of cash in a unit yet?
$26.
How much?
Yeah, that was in the Girl Scout cookie thing or whatever.
No, it was a concession.
No, they were selling popcorn at school is what it was.
Yeah,
for
the concession.
the brigade or whatever.
$26. That's it.
So
that's a big fine.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
pays for lunch.
No, I was like, yeah, drive through tonight.
Yeah, that was bad, man, because that was at a great value in August, and it was there's no air conditioning in those.
Oh God.
They make you think it's climate controlled, but the only thing they control is that it feels like a daggum oven up in there. And it's like gallons of Gatorade, man, just to go in there for 10 minutes.
And all the rat food.
Yep, and all the rat poop. Yep, and the rat pee. The dusty, dried up, particle dehydrated rat pee.
Yeah. Not yummy.
We've not come across that yet, thankfully.
That's date night.
That's right. It's bad. Yeah. And that's when you question everything.
Yeah, that guy, I've finally given up on it, man. I was like, you know what? I can't move anymore out of this place, man. I can't. I'm gonna just lose our $100.
I said, tell him we need hazmat suits to finish the locker, and if he's okay with that, fine. And he knew. He never started deposit back. He took our $200 for the locker, which sucked. But
yeah, that one was bad, man. That's where the rat.
They had roof problems, and there had been like mold and water had been sitting there for probably months.
Yeah, since at least April had been open, dripped in on. But yeah, it was bad.
And he still continues to do lockers.
Yeah. He sold a jet ski for $200 not too long ago.
We also, the locker that we left that was saturated in urine,
He
took it all and put it in a different locker. And
how many do y'all think y'all do in a typical month? How many units do y'all average?
Well, in terms of better than these, we
5.
Yeah, that's a good average. Sometimes 2 a week.
Wow.
I think we've done 3 weeks in a while, but depending.
Summertime, man, when the days are longer, you're able to work later, So I mean,
and that's a lot for us because it's a lot. Even though we do for the most part smaller units, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, especially when you film at the facility, it takes a long time. Because filming, is always the fun part because you got to be like doing your thing, and then someone's coming up.
Or they run you out, and there's like weird people and all that stuff.
Yeah, we're at the place there because that good Latimer is always good for like.
Which one? Oh.
Live storage, good Latimer. It's always good for filming.
Yes.
Because there was the crazy guy walking around there that was filming us, thinking we were filming him for the CIA or crazy.
Yeah, that place. Yeah.
But no, it's always a good time, man. You never know what you're gonna find. That's the beauty of it. You never know.
The beauty and the horrible part.
Hey, we could.
But that's why we do it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why we do it.
You got to dig for what's in the back corners because just think of everything's been gone through. Just think of it like that.
It sucks, but yeah. Did you think that y'all's had been gone through?
I didn't at all.
I did.
Oh, that's great.
Wait, what was it?
I want to go over there.
Did
you buy it live or online?
She asked us, Brian, did we think that any of the units had been gone through that we bought? The first, and then did we buy it live? No, they were all online for that.
No, they hadn't been gone through. Like I watched a lot of Wade's Venture back in the day, and I think I was his first student doing this course. And I did pay for it, but I'll tell you, his course is really good. It goes over everything from social media to sourcing to all the things we've been talking about. And so, like the Nike unit I found, and you guys were talking about bad pictures. Sometimes those bad pictures work in your favor because a lot of people just look at that first picture, go through all the pictures. Like the Nike unit, The only picture you could see any hint of a Nike box was the last picture, and you could see this giant case, and you could see a couple of Nike boxes, and they were stacked in this case. And I'm like, that might have that. Like you said, I don't know if there's Nikes in there. I can't assume that, but there's a chance. And from everything else, I can see I'm definitely going to take $100 chance on this. And sure enough, when I opened that first Nike box, well, oh, here's the other thing. Through the corner where you could see the Nike box, through that little hole they have, you could see the white paper in there that Nike uses to put between their shoes. There's probably shoes in there. And if I can see two boxes of shoes, all the cases probably have shoes. And sure enough, they were just filled with shoes. So like Clay and I, we both teach. I teach English, and the toughest skill that students have is inferencing, taking clues, and making predictions, right? And that's why I was using that as an example. I'm like, that's all it is with storage units, is you're looking for clues, because you'll never know 100%. But if you can get enough clues, and then you're going to weigh that against how much you can risk reward. Like if I'm going to spend $50 or $100 on a unit, but there's a chance that unit might have $4,000 or $5,000 worth of merchandise, that's a chance I'll take. If I do that 10 times, if I hit on one of those, I'm going to come out. Yeah, we've done the very first unit. It was probably the worst one. It's just a little 5x5. I had a couple duffel bags, but even that, we only paid $10 plus the fees
each. Yeah.
And it had like clothing. It had a few things, so we made a little bit of money, just enough to like, oh, I want to try this again. And then unit 2,
the second one,
were both good units. Probably, $2,000 to $5,000 each. Like the second unit was just filled with athletic wear, leisure wear, and when I looked at
$55 each,
you could see it was filled with clothing, right? And since we're resellers, before we get into storage units, we sell a lot of clothing. And I zoomed in on some of the jeans, and they were designer jeans, like 7 for All Mankind. And I could see a couple of the stripes for Adidas and a couple of Nike symbols. I'm like, they've got designer jeans, they've got Adidas, they've got Nike. All this clothing is going to be either designer clothing or athletic wear. And even used, a lot of that stuff is $15, $20 or more. And sure enough, bags were filled. I think we split it because, we're getting into it. We split it. I think we both took about 200 pieces of clothing each. And of course, we donated stuff that wasn't worth the time. And I've been selling that stuff since then. That unit, I think, had they kind of blend. I think that one had the Salvatore Ferragamo belt in there. So yeah, you're just looking for these clues. And something Wade said that I took heart was that he probably looks at 100 units before he buys one. So you're just taking your time, and then when you want one, maybe you do the value approach, and you can do a lot of value units. And just hope to get lucky, play a numbers game, or maybe you bid up like that 10 by 10 with the books. I'm still mad. Like I should have went over $500 because just if you do the math on it, and it also had like a giant crate of vinyl. You could see it had car repair manuals. It had hardcover books.
I think I know which locker you're talking about, man.
Yeah, we almost got it for cheap, and then some people jumped in at the very end. Clay was nervous. He's like, "How are you gonna go? How are you gonna go?" I don't know. Yeah, manuals are good money.
Especially car manuals.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, do you guys have like a limit you go to, or how much you spend on a unit, or is it unit each one? Oh, there you go.
Yes and no. He says that to me, and then he's up with me. Go higher. Give him $20 more. Give him $20 more. But we, in our minds, for the most part, we'll. Depending on you can't base it on the size, because we usually look at the smaller ones. We do, unless there's
the small ones go for the most money too.
And that's the bad thing, because everybody thinks like us, and doesn't have the trucks or the means to move stuff, so they're going to go with your 5x5s or your 5x8s.
Yeah.
And that's what we look at. And they always go for a ton more. They usually go stupid, to be honest. And
now, is your plan to get a truck, or are you guys going to stick with the car?
No. We're oh my gosh. Hold me on this, but
I dare you to say it.
No.
I dare you.
No. We're looking at
the dreaded
minivan.
We don't have kids. We've got dogs and old people.
But, because I think we can
It's practical here.
More stuff with that, and a truck, but I think we can do more with the M word.
But I really do think we could do it with a Demon Hellcat Charger. We just get there a lot faster. We get there a lot faster.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
But we can stick a trailer on any of it.
I'm not going to be that guy. If you make me put a trailer on a minivan, I'm going to wear socks with my sandals.
You have to move to the port of that.
You would never.
I'm gonna totally do that. Yeah.
And I mean, and we're
knee-high socks.
We're actually looking to do that probably in the next couple of months.
It needs to be about the next month or so.
Yeah, it does. Because the
numbers are counting down on the car. The magic 100,000 numbers getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
Because that's when the
recall maximum.
The recall expires.
But what I like what you're talking about, though. You're not letting a smaller vehicle keep you from doing these units. Like a lot of people say, "Hey, I can't do it," but you're proving that you can do it. You just have to be a little bit more.
And if you want it bad enough, I'll beat it up with a hammer and destroy something.
And it's funny because we show up to get these units, and they're like, "Oh, you bringing your truck? Nope, this is it." Oh, we're other pros, huh? Yeah.
That we are.
We know how to. I mean, and we can. Gosh, the things we put in there and managed and.
Well, I mean, we've gotten lucky a couple of times. I mean, at one place there was a big old queen size mattress, and it's that's where I gave the lady the poker table to use the dumpster.
We should have never done that. You didn't look up the value of the poker table. It was sold on eBay, $250. We paid $80 for it. He goes, I could throw away the mattress. I said, so we can get rid of the mattress elsewhere. And that was a bad trade.
We'd already strapped the queen mattress to the top of the car before.
We did.
And I don't want to do that again.
We did. So I mean,
when we were scrapping, we were using a 09 Corolla when we were scrapping.
Oh, wow.
And they were putting in a Dollar General down the road from us. And I was getting these sections of B-deck, roof decking, and sliding through the trunk, the seats down, and she's like, her head's over here towards the window, and mine's over here driving. There's big old sheets of roof decking, in the car. We're just kind of going down the road in the scrapyard.
We worked our circumstances.
And I'm not afraid to take apart a refrigerator in a front yard and get the compressor out of it, or pull the motor off a washing machine or whatever. So
yeah, we've done it, but now it helps.
Yeah, now you help. Now you hold the light when we're doing it in the dark,
right? Yeah, I mean,
see, that's a nice advantage that you can do that. Take the stuff apart. I wouldn't know anything about that or dare try.
And what we didn't at first until
usually what's holding on a washing machine what's holding a motor onto a washing machine are two clips for the water pump on one side, and usually a couple of 5/16 screws holding a couple of clips in, and that's it. And you pull the motor off the washing machine, that's $12.
Huh.
You scrap the whole washing machine, that's about $7. You pull the motor off, that's $12.
That's a big difference. And at that time, that meant a lot.
Yeah. At that time, I mean, we have mornings where we were like, woohoo, we get to eat real name brand food, It was bad.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, man. Yeah, here we is. So.
Hey guys, I'm about to head out here. My girlfriend wants to watch TV.
Thanks for stopping by, Kevin.
Sorry, what?
We're on TV.
Just saying thanks for coming by, man.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me, as always.
Thanks for hanging out.
You guys should see I was killing it while you guys were talking. I was writing to Scott over there. You guys should see my pistachio pile. I had
I was wondering, dude.
come here and get him out of here, dude. I can't stop.
Is that what you fell off of?
I was gonna say, did you fall off your pistachio and make like bunches of noise? Is that what we heard?
No, I absolutely killed it. Look at my that's my pistachios, dude. I smoked those things. Dude, that is a lot.
Those are good.
But they're so good. Oh
So
my.
good, dude.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get going. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys again next Thursday.
Okay, Kevin.
See you, Kev.
I got it.
Next time I'm gonna hang out again with you guys too, Crockers Lockers.
Oh, yeah, man.
For sure.
We'll have to do one where we just talk about NASCAR.
Huh?
He said you can just talk about NASCAR.
Oh, I've
Kevin's
been
all
talking about
about
that
that.
all night long. I've been I watched the race they had last
There
weekend
you go.
on
Yeah.
Sunday. The iRacing, man, that was fun.
Yeah, virtual Texas. Yeah, you know what? Virtual Texas.
But we're a little bitter
We're
about
supposed to. We're a little bitter.
I love Texas. I love racing that racetrack on NASCAR 4. I love Texas. Texas and Charlotte's like kind of like a very, very, very similar track. Except when you get come out of the fourth corner 4 in Texas, it gets really tight up there. Really tight.
Hey, you know, all coming out of 4.
Yeah, I do. I said you were like yelling, "Jesus, take the wheel," because I was driving.
Yeah,
corner
she
4.
was coming out of turn 4. Laps for charity, man, and she almost ate the wall coming out of 4.
Dude, that's rough because you get so much speed. You get it's almost better running the top and then kind of coming down to the bottom. But when you're in the bottom,
Yeah.
it's so tight, you know, coming off the corner, it's
Another thing we do with those pictures.
yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But all right, we're not going to turn up the season NASCAR talk.
I know. Sorry. We can talk to NASCAR for like hours and hours.
Oh yeah, hours and hours. But something to chew on for you, man. Truck weekend in Texas. They're talking about doing trucks Friday night, IndyCar Saturday, and Cup. June
Yeah,
7th.
I went to my first truck ever was the Homestead race last year. I got to celebrate with Matt Crafton in the victory, the front stretch. That was fun.
That's awesome. We're friends with his crew chief. We're friends with Junior.
He usually sends us hot passes.
Yeah, he's a good driver, man. He's been around for a long time, and he's just consistent.
Long time.
Just his consistency doesn't show you always have to win a race. I think he only won one race last year.
Dude, he stays on my desk.
There he is, Crafton. Yeah, it was fun.
He stays on my desk.
But yeah, the trucks are so much fun, man. And it's almost like the last year Xfinity racing was funner than the NASCAR Cup racing, I think.
Yeah.
But all right, guys. Huh?
No, he said Xfinity was better than Cup too.
Yeah, last year I think it was definitely. The cars just weren't turning for the Cup. They're just you get underneath, you hit that dirty air, and you're not really going forward. You're going backwards. This year had started off with some really good racing. I was really excited about this year and going to Bristol, which is it's postponed, and I have tickets to it, so I don't know what day they're going to postpone it to. And then I have Charlotte coming up here at the end of May.
We saw, if you watch Eric Estep, he had the preliminary reschedule.
Yeah, I watched Estep. Yeah, I watched Estep.
Yeah, he did Estep today.
Yeah, he did.
I also like Danny B. Talks. Do you ever watch some of this stuff? Do you ever watch some of the stuff Danny B. Talks does? Like some of his videos? It's pretty sick. Like he'll bring up like certain eras, like about the tire wars back in the 80s, and then he'll bring up like what was one? Drivers who you probably never remembered that was even drivers in the first place. He had some funny ones. And then the last one was the one it just popped up today. It's one of his most recent. I'm definitely gonna watch it. It's a racing team that's formed in Talladega Nights, and but the title is it's something like what would have happened if such and such team, whatever the teams from Talladega Nights, and he's like, what would have happened if they actually got along in the end or something like that. I'm like, I gotta watch this later. it's so funny. But
shake and bake.
Yeah.
Right. You're not first, you're last.
Yeah. And that is the best taco at Motor Speedways, the Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, right.
I like
Ricky Bobby.
Bojangles. Bojangles is awesome. I had that in Charlotte, and we had that in Homestead. You never
I haven't had Bojangles for a long time, man.
Yeah, it is.
The Torchies?
Yeah.
Oh, so they have Torchies in Charlotte?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Stupid me. I was thinking Bojangles chicken.
I know.
I was
Yeah.
thinking the actual.
No, it's a
Yeah,
taco.
my southern roots almost showed there for a second.
No, it's a taco.
Yeah, they have.
Right, you know, taco, aren't you?
Bojangles has really good chicken. I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's nice. How about your chicken?
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Yay.
Bojangles chicken.
First,
Bojangles is a good love.
I've never had Bojangles chicken.
Oh, you're missing out. Oh my God. I had it for the first time last year in Charlotte. And that's all we ate that weekend. Every time we're in the infield, because we had the pit passes and everything. Every time we're in the infield, man,
Yeah.
lunchtime, we're going to Bojangles.
Yum.
Yeah, that was fun.
Bojangles is a good love. But
Where is one?
over in the south.
They usually have them at the
Think so.
tracks, inside the racetrack. But anyways.
They have a taco place inside our racetrack.
Yeah. So
Not a real taco place, but
well, it's Torchy's. It's close enough.
it's yeah.
Oh, excuse me just for a minute, y'all.
Going that way.
Sorry.
It's all right. But hey, guys, I'm going to head out. I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Okay.
Take
Take care.
Later, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Later.
Nice seeing you guys again.
Yeah, you too. Take
All
care.
right. Bye.
Oh, bigger screen.
He didn't share any of his pistachios, though, huh?
Yeah, I know they look good. I was wondering what he was eating because he was
Yeah.
the whole time.
Just chowing
He's
down.
going to town. I love pistachios, but I think they're a lot of work for a little bit of yummy thing. They're good. It's a lot of work.
I've been eating the almonds, the habanero almonds, the blue diamond, the blue diamond ones. I've been eating those the last couple of days.
I think I had wasabi almonds that were blue diamond that were really good.
I have to try those.
If you like hot, I like hot.
Yeah, I like spicy.
Me too. Gosh, my legs are really great.
Yeah, if you guys got any questions out there, feel free to shoot them to us.
Here, look. I just
What do you got, Clay?
Francie's saying there's actually several
What?
sales tomorrow.
I do
So I
have
see the one up by Grapevine. What is that? It says, it's an ad for a storage unit place, so it's not a sale. And then a moving sale out in Grand Prairie yesterday, today, tomorrow. Make an offer for garage sale items. Moving, but due to COVID-19, we cannot have a garage sale. Estimate value $200 plus. So they're trying to, I guess, sell everything.
like a pickup.
Storage locker sale in Arlington. I have all my furniture and some miscellaneous items. And then it just talks about, I need it emptied. Let's see Saturday.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because it's garage sale season.
It does suck. This is the hardest part right now.
Yeah.
This would be prime time to be going out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And there's no there's none here.
He and I would be going Saturday at least. We'd be teaching, but
Should I'll take some Fridays off just to,
but I mean if we're at school.
yeah. And it me because it was ramping up. Like I was going to the bins more regularly, even having regular thrift stores. That's what we talk a lot about. Is there's so many ways to make money. It's like storage units. Do you do the bins? Do you do thrift stores? Do you do garage sales? And I kind of like it all. So
How do the bins work, and where would one go to throw elbows and do this fun activity?
all right, the bins are awesome. They charge per pound. It's in Fort Worth. It's $1.49 per pound. Anytime, like I've gone by myself. Sometimes Clay and I will go and we'll tag team it. We'll get two cars like we're NASCAR racers. And we do a lot too. So like any shoe that looks decent, pick them up.
You just take it.
Bring our carts together. And we'll try to find pairs and figure out what's worth keeping because the cost of goods is like $2 to $3 per shoe on average, depending on the weight.
Maybe $4.
Like these bed stews. Let me show you here. Let me show you this real quick. Actually, this is my Bolo Buzz, my sell of the week, and I'll show you something I found at the bins. I have Tory Burch.
Really?
I found so much good stuff there. Right here, these beds too. These were at the bins. I sold these on eBay this week. Beds too,
Nice.
leather boots, motorcycle harness belt.
Nice.
Both of them. He found like a pair. I would think that would be hard.
Yeah, well, sometimes and see there, I paid $350. That was my average cost on those. And those were from the bins. Now, is every shoe you're gonna find like that? Absolutely not. But will you find shoes like that? Yes. Tory Burch, Nike, a lot of boots, Ariat, and of course clothing. They got rows and rows of clothing. I'm not so much into the clothing, and they've got some hard goods. And people always like, I didn't go to the bins for a long time. Oh man, you got to be aggressive. I haven't really found that to be the case. Yeah, when they bring out a new row, which they bring those out regularly, people are a little aggressive, but I'll let them go through it because I've learned from my niche, which is shoes, a lot. You don't see very many other shoe sellers. So I just go to the other rows that are unoccupied because everyone else is on those new bins, and I just fill up my cart. I even by myself, where I could go there, spend an hour to hour and a half, and leave with 15 to 25 pair of shoes, probably paying $40 to $50 total. So yeah, the bins are great.
It's worth it.
But I mean, I would think, and granted, we haven't been, but if their bins are the shoes in pairs, or is it just
no? So and these bins, yeah, like so the thing is, these bins are huge. They're like sorting tables. Like if you've seen like Deadliest Catch or something, like where they'd sort the shrimp, but bigger.
Yeah.
And so the clothes are all on one side. And I watched that when they brought out a new one, and it's weird because they make you stand behind a line, and then you just whoo. But the clothes is weird because I was checking out. I went one time alone, and on the clothes section, you just see people doing this. But this is the noise because it's just clothes. Whereas the other bins where Brian and I are, it's shoes, tents, motorcycle helmets. Like they'll be like, there's people, all they do is find like the little Legos and the toys. And these are like resellers, or they go to like the what's the flea market, Brian? Traders Village, And so how many bins are there? Probably like 4 in a row, and then there's like 6 rows. And these bins are what, like, you can reach across from one side to the other, but they're what, 10 feet long?
4 feet, and each row probably has about 6 to 8 of them. And there's probably 20 rows. I mean, it's a big setup.
So you just go, and so no, they're not matched up. If you're lucky, you'll find like shoe A and B in the same bin, or maybe 2. But that's why you just start grabbing everything. And when I went alone, or he goes alone, and he taught me brands, I'll just take it and just stack it and shove them in and underneath. And it works better. I kind of think like almost going together, because if you got to pee, well, someone can watch your cart. You can double team, and then he and I will just like, he pays, I pay him back right then, and then we'll sit there in the back of the car, and if there's some we don't know for sure, we'll look it up, and then we just like, we have a draft, literally. He takes pair 1, I get to choose, we just go back and forth till we have like an even number, give or take. But when I went alone,
and that's just shoes, like he was saying, I mean, whatever you want to resell, you can find out there.
Yeah.
What is that for?
Here, I'll look. It's
now the bins in Sacramento aren't that nice. You gotta really fight for the stuff, but after everybody's gone through the stuff, that you can go back through and find it. But like the shoe, they stack 10 people deep all along, and they line like 3 carts up. So you gotta be aggressive when you go for the shoes here. They are $350 a pair, of course. And then a lot of people send them down to Mexico and stuff. They get all the shoes.
Yeah, same here.
Here too. I love someone said that cover up stuff in your basket. So what?
Yeah. That's kind of the you take a sheet or something, or find one and cover it up, and people are supposed to respect that. So the Goodwill bins
God.
basically like if you went out 20 to Fort Worth
Uh-huh.
and like you'd pass loop 820 and it's kind of between 820 and 35.
Okay, over there, Forest Hill area.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, right near, I think it's like, is it Odie White High School or something?
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I think it was Odie White or something, South Fort Worth. But like when I went from my place, it'd be like, y'all, I just took 30 and then maybe 820 and veered off. One time I drove to Bryan and Waxahachie and we just, angled up or whatever.
Yeah.
But,
I used to live out there in Kennedale, man, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
So yeah, it's right there by there's a Sam's Club and a high school and a stadium right there. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's worth trying, I think. It's interesting.
No, like I said, if I was doing it full time, I would literally go out there every morning right when they open.
Right.
Where we're at, the competition, I guess, isn't as bad. And I could literally leave with at least 15 pair of shoes a day. And they're probably average sell price 40 to 50. And I'm selling $50.
Now, in your bins, is it they take everything from the Goodwills that did sell and then put them in the bins? Is that what happens to you guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Or unless they have tons of shoes, then they.
And the thing that kills me is I'm like, how did some of these shoes not sell? What Goodwill are these coming from for a pair of beds? Well, unless their pricing is too high. Yeah. I found Allen Edmonds, I found Bed Stew, I found Area. I mean, I found really good. Like I also go to regular thrift stores, and you just got to know your niche. And I'll buy at normal thrift stores too, but the price is a bigger factor. It just amazes me some of the stuff that ends up there. I'm like, what? And then watch these people.
Supposedly,
rejects.
Are they rejects that haven't sold? Someone I think told us that they were overstocked. I guess it's the same thing as rejects. I suppose.
Yeah, same thing.
But which I don't see how that works at Goodwill.
You know what I found?
Cherry picked at Goodwill to begin with.
Goofy. I never would have thought. What sells really well that I found at resale shops, airline glasses, especially Southwest airline glasses.
Oh.
That was yours.
Nice.
We put $2 in it and we sold them for $10 a piece.
Yeah, Southwest Airlines. I'm like, you don't see that.
A lot of that stuff around here in Dallas. I mean, you guys know me. It'll sell, and it surprised me. So you were right.
What?
You were right.
Alexa.
There you go. Hey guys, I'm gonna take off too. Gotta cook dinner and stuff like that. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys. We'll do it again next Thursday.
Yeah. We'll chat.
Bye guys.
All right, have a good one.
Hang out.
Okay, what do we got going on? And there were 3.
We scared everybody off.
He always has to go about the time because he's got how many kids? Is it 3? Wife and 3 little kids. So it's dinner time because what is he at 6:40 in Sacramento?
Okay.
So yeah, so he's on for about God, now it's 1:40. Yeah. So.
Okay, well that was my question because I thought I had heard that some of it that they just didn't go through, they just threw it out in the bins, which to me would be better that way. If it's overstock or stuff that hadn't sold, I think you wouldn't get a lot of good things.
Yeah, I've seen the bins. The only thing I know about the bins is some people, the only thing I know about games is what I see on TV. Really, the only thing I know about the bins is what I see on YouTube, between taco stacks and
something else. Wear gloves and it's gross and go through it.
Yeah.
There was someone else that was local that was saying that.
Yeah.
But and then of course Justin, he goes to the the big jewelry auctions. I guess that's Dallas.
The Goodwill, yeah. I'm not sure, but the
pallet auctions or Goodwill or whatever.
They also have those at the bins. They will auction out. What do they? There's a term for those containers, those big containers. They'll auction those off as well. I haven't actually done that, but I do well enough just picking up what I'm looking for there. But yeah, a lot of options, and that's what Clay and we spend a lot of time talking about. At least for me, there's just so many ways to make money as a reseller. It's like, should I just do storage units? Should I just do the bins? Should I just do garage sales? And I kind of do a little bit of everything, and it's kind of fun. But I don't know, man. There's just opportunities out there.
You're
Like
full-time reseller, right?
Huh?
Are you full-time reseller? You are, aren't you?
No, I teach.
Oh, okay.
I classify it part-time, but it's really like a full-time job. And my goal is to get where eventually I could just do reselling full-time, because that's my passion. That's what I love. And I think Clay feels the same way too. So trying to get to that point, and things were rocking and rolling until this freaking virus.
Yeah.
Till Corona said hello. Yeah, you are retired. I'm just retired musician. I didn't get to count to 4.
They bundle it on pallets. Okay. Yeah, the pallet auctions. That I think is what we're thinking of.
Okay, I just remember seeing when Justin went and got the
and people were fighting over it, and I guess the problem was people would pull stuff out of the pallets and the buckets when they were auctioning them off. That was a big problem.
Yeah, he said he only got a couple fist fights there, so. Yeah. But so okay, that's interesting to know. But I don't know. I mean, sourcing wise, I mean, we do honestly sourcing. We do better on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Specific, and then.
Well, y'all were talking about a Yamaha earlier, and I was mad because Clay and I have been sourcing on Facebook Marketplace like earlier in the week, and they were giving away a free Yamaha keyboard, and I looked it up and it was selling for like $150 to $200, and it was fine. And I told the lady, "Hey, I'm on my way." No, actually, this was on offer up, and so I went up there, and she said, "There's no hose, but I will mark it if someone picks it up." So I get there, I'm thinking, all right, she hasn't marked it sold, and she's like, "Oh, somebody already picked it up." I'm like, "You could have told me. I'm not mad at you. You could have told me." But it's amazing, the free stuff. That's what we were talking about before you guys came on earlier. The free stuff that these people are giving away. And as we're in springtime, and I think because so many people are home and they're bored, they're cleaning out their garages. They can't take it to Goodwill. So a lot of them are just be a good time to be curb. I don't know about dumpster diving, curb diving, or just driving by. You can do good stuff right now, and then they're.
We have loads to donate that
we've still got
somebody can make a ton of stuff that we have in bags waiting to donate. So yeah, you're right. It's a good time for curb.
It's a great time for curb. I got my mower Sunday.
And the 2 bikes, duh.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Sunday we picked up. It's sad. I mean, the way we found it is, only my life would it work this way. I don't know if y'all heard about the old man that crashes a plane out here in Mesquite, leaving the airport.
Mm-hmm.
So we were headed out off of Lawson Road to see where it was, and driving over there because we heard all the sirens and whatnot, and there's nothing else to do, so leave the house, all right, and rolling over there, there's a Toro sitting on the side of the road. It's like, oh, I think I'll pick that up.
Wow.
Pick it up, put it back in the car, and it's in amazing condition. I cleaned the carburetor. It starts on the first pull.
And we need it.
We need it. I've mowed my yard 3 times already since Sunday.
That's another good point. I think another good point about reselling is it's not only the money you make, but the money you save, the things that you find that you don't have to then go and buy. Like you just said.
Exactly. So I've been waiting to get a...
get off Facebook Marketplace. Quit. Give him a hard time. I know what he's doing. Right now.
Yeah, stop. Stop shopping.
No, you're supposed to be confused.
No, and then the bikes that we picked up.
Yeah. Next door is a great place also. If you get on your local next door.
Hit them on the right
time. Yeah.
I got a couple of bikes off of there Sunday also. So we've done pretty well on next door. This weekend we did all right. So.
We did. This weekend was actually good, and it's been so dry for us because we can't do storage units. Yeah. And we haven't really done a video, which we really need to. And it's been dry and hard. So I think we did really well.
Yeah.
We're not having a storage unit.
Yeah, we just need to video all this stuff.
I know.
We're horrible about that.
We got lots. I know. That's what everyone says. You haven't video this. You haven't video that.
Yeah, it's like no, we just go. We don't think about.
I know.
When I set up the tripods, usually the storage unit, when we're on the go, it's just kind of just going. So I know it's better without a tripod. That's what she said.
I know.
We'll be kind of all over the place.
And I think the thing is that like right now you got to be creative, think outside the box, but there's still opportunity out there. And I was texting Wade's Venture, and he told me, he's like, hey, that makes perfect sense. As the economy gets worse, more and more of these units are going to be coming up for auction as people can't pay for them. So he's like, just save your capital, and you're going to have more units than you're going to be able to deal with. So I think that's good advice for storage units right now.
Oh, for sure. And it's just a matter of what.
Oh, I was reading Lawson Road used to go to horse auctions. Is that our Lawson Road?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Francie is down in Ellis County, right, or something? Or isn't she? She's close.
Oh, the arena's right there in Lawson, maybe.
It's still, is it Dallas or Kaufman?
It's Dallas County, just right on the edge of Dallas Kaufman County, right at the spillway.
There. That's why I saw that. I was like, what?
Yeah, we're like 2 miles away from Devil's Bowl Speedway.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's It's nice. After coming from the north side of Houston, it's really nice.
It's a lot nice. a lot nice.
I'll take these airplanes flying over any day compared to. Only I can find a house on FedEx's 4 a.m. flight path, where they fly 10 feet above the roofs.
That's not here. That's there.
That's in Houston though, not here.
And here we have trains, and I like trains.
Yeah, trains and race cars and helicopters.
Yeah.
If you ever want to have fun, get on your neighborhood social media, whether it be like the Real Mesquite or next door or something, and say, the helicopter flew over. What's going on? And dude, you'll be busy for hours.
Man, people, they need to get a better hobby. They need to go into reselling. I'm like, how do y'all have time?
I know. That's what we say. We're like, who has time?
Exactly.
But yeah, being creative. I mean, it's no storage. Next door, obviously Facebook Marketplace. A little bit on. We don't.
Jordan scored on Mercari on My Flippin' Life.
Well, we're actually supposed to sell our shoes to him. That's another thing. But
yeah, Jordan, he scored. He found some kind of weird Adidas with wings on them. They're like gold. They have angel wings.
But he would source Mercari to sell on eBay, which we're not eBay sellers. But
he sourced them for $45 on Mercari, and he's got them for like $300 on eBay. And that's what they're selling for. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. Some of the stuff that he finds between.
I think that that makes me think of something, right? So, and right now, and we talked about this last week. If you're struggling sourcing, well, then grow yourself some other way. Research a niche. Like I'm a shoe person, so I used to spend 30 minutes a day just looking on eBay solds. I would just filter shoes, used, sold, pick a price point, maybe $40 or higher, until I learned that. So during this time when people have more time, instead of being on the next door app gossiping about helicopters, they could be, go learn vintage, go learn caps, go learn vintage T-shirts, go learn electronics. That way, when we come out of this, you can, you go to garage sales, because we always talk about this. You want to hit as many as you can. So the more you know up here, you've always got your phone, but if your knowledge bank up here has grown where you can filter 80% out to cut down on what you have to look up, you're just going to be that much better of a reseller. Well, there's a place, Kat.
Yeah. She told me she wanted to be on. She's not happy that I'm still up there. She wants. She's ready for bed. I can tell.
We'll have to hold on.
Our fat cat's over here. Taco.
Trying to snooze.
Taco? Is that the cat's name?
Yeah, Taco Cat.
Nice.
It's spelled the same backwards and forwards. But if you see this thing moving, he's usually hitting it like, why are you doing that without me? And
So Francie, your question, do you rent a unit to store your stuff? For me, I live in 491 square feet, Francie, and the like you heard maybe when Brian and I, the unit we did, it's closed. So I just have it some I've organized, but I'm working on this week organizing. Like I've started to let's see if I can show you, like build using USPS boxes. I got the idea off of Rally Roots, who got the idea from, I can't remember her name, but Brian told me like years ago.
So she's an Egyptian girl.
Yeah, real funny and stuff. But so I'm building like a wall of USPS boxes, and then I bought like for $20 this off a Facebook Marketplace. It's like a plastic and vinyl thing. It'll hold 50 pairs of shoes. So I'm gonna cram in a whole bunch of crap here, and then I have a 10x5, as I told Crockers down by Deep Ellum, that I'm gonna move my hard goods. Because I like to, Brian's going to shake his head as he always does. I like to pack all my stuff when I take pictures and list it, you know, and I write the measurements on the outside. And I know it takes up more space, but for my peace of mind, it keeps my mind, you know, like, so I'm going to keep clothes here because like I said, I've got, you know, and then move these like 4 sets of plastic shelves or 2 of them to the unit where I already have more, and it's pretty much an empty unit except these like free Facebook things like stereos and vacuums I've got in the last week or so. So I'm trying to make use of this because I was gonna leave teaching. Not that I'm near as successful at this as Brian. I'm just tired of I get bored. You do the same thing 6 times a day, and I love the kids. You know, like I love getting these messages from the kids these weeks, but it's just I get bored. And so I was going to take the leap, but also I drive Uber part-time. So I'm like, well, I can make enough driving Uber to pay the bills as I grow this. Well, I hadn't Ubered in months, and then spring break came, and then this came, the Corona. So you're like, I ain't Ubering until fall, probably. So I'm like, I guess I'll go do 1 more year, but I'm not going to move. Like I was going to get a full 1-bedroom here for just like 200 more. And I'm like, no, it's just, I bought a couple things to help me organize. Like I said, cram in here, get it all, a little more livable and organized, and just grow the empire in a tiny little place,
Yeah.
So a year from now, pull the plug and be out, and
that's the dream. Growing the empire. We're actually just getting the Jordans in the boxes that came today. We'll take baby steps.
Yeah, it's all baby steps.
We got all those Jordans sitting on the table out in the living room, and I got a bunch of those shoe boxes from the post office today.
No. We have them sitting on the table, and what happens every day? My husband shops on that table because they're all his size. Like, how does that happen? Like, I never had these. Let me try on these. I'm like, babe, just sell them.
I'm just wearing these.
Oh, and he has a pair on. I mean,
yeah, it's hard. It's hard to not want to like shop, or whatever. And I've gone in spurts, not from the stuff really that I bought. I've bought like when I've tried to get some old t-shirts, like watching Rally Roots, like I'll keep one or something, but I'm like, no. Like I told Brian, I sold a Masters t-shirt today. I paid like $2 with tax, sold it for like 14. I was having like a 25% off sale, So I'm like, I'm not a big golfer. It's just a cool shirt, but I'm like, no, it's just, I'm like, get rid of it. But I'm keeping like this one pair of sweatpants from our second unit we did together because there's a big stain on the knee. And so I'm like, I've been wearing the hell out of those. But then I went online the other day and bought 2 pairs but cheap. So I've gone in spurts where I bought like 7 old school windbreakers like 2 months ago because I wanted one in every color.
I'm like my dad.
I bought like 7, seriously. Some were like $5, other 10. Oh, I spent because I was trying to get my thrifting wardrobe ready. Not my teaching wardrobe. My
thrift man.
Yeah. So I like these old cool sweatshirts that you find at like a thrift store for $5-6, or these old windbreakers, that are have this soft insides and crazy graphics on the back or something. One's like a bus driver, another's like Las Vegas Running Club. And I don't run now, but I've been a runner. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. Las Vegas Runners Club. Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, Nikki, you don't want to buy units. You don't. No, don't do it.
You do, but you don't.
Don't do it. Don't. No, it's fun, man. I mean, we usually like the Jordan locker. We went into it thinking, okay, we look at these like, okay, is this gonna make a decent video? That's
And the ones that make the best video, we don't video.
Yeah, the ones exactly. Which one was that?
Which one that we didn't video?
Yeah.
The one that we lost all the Yeezys and the boxes.
Well, it was kind of in there.
And
really, how do we read the questions, baby?
Oh, how do you decide? Well, Storage Treasures, we use probably that website the most.
Yeah.
They
Storage
have
Treasures
the biggest selection.
And people that are on there are usually, one thing you got to look at if you're like us and you do this after hours and you do it as your side hustle, you got to look at gate codes and gate times. A lot of places on LockerFox, they want you to show up when their office is open, and they want to walk you to the unit. And sometimes they'll let you put your lock on if they want to use their lock.
Not always. It's best to call because we found out the hard way.
And so it doesn't really work as a side hustle. The ones that work with Storage Treasures usually give you a gate code, and you have 2 or 3 days to get it pulled out.
But
not all, but most of them.
Yeah, most of them for us.
So Storage Treasures is my go-to, and
what is it? StorageAuction.com is another one, and self-storageauction.com. They don't have as many, but both those two are reliable ones.
I don't know if I know the second one.
Yeah.
Then, your 5x5s, 5x7s, 5x10s, those are going to be the most money you're going to spend because everybody. A perfect example of one that I saw was, well, we didn't see it, we lived it. The Cube Smart over here in Seagoville. I'm like pointing, you can't see them.
Over there.
Over there. Over here in Seagoville. They had like a 10x20? And there was a bunch of woodworking equipment in there, saws, drill presses, a Fender basement amp, bed frame.
Oh, they got paid.
No, the one that we're talking about, it sold for it was like $75, $100 it sold. And the 5x5s in the same facility sold for, $200.
Oh, I know which one you're comparing to. So if you have a truck and a trailer and a place to put basically a garage worth stuff in, go for your bigger units. Go for your 10x10s because you're going to pay the least and you're going to get the most. I mean, sadly, it's true. I wish we could do more like that.
Yeah.
You got to have a way to get rid of the stuff. You got to have a way to throw away the stuff, and you got to have a way to store it.
Yeah. So you got to sell it, you got to store it, and you got to
get rid of it.
Sell, store, and donate.
And trash.
Our best find in a unit. That's hard. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I was waiting.
This is our best find in the unit. Oh, this is lovely.
Nice.
Lovely.
Mr. T.
Oh, yeah, and that one too.
Yeah, he wears it. And sadly, that little teacup, actually a really nice teacup. Someone chipped it. I think putting gold in it, so we can't tell it.
I might have chipped the gold, but it was with the gold.
But it's a nice teacup.
But it's gold.
Yeah. But honestly, I think the Jordans are better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, money-wise, if we turn that in and get the money for it that we should.
That's 3 Gs.
Well, it used to be, not right now.
Not now.
Not now, it's not. But yeah, it was. And then right now, our shoes, maybe the Jordans are probably better, actually.
Right now, yeah, the Jordans are probably a better deal. We got the ones that we found, it was crazy. It was flu game. And I didn't know these things. I mean, I grew up in the southwest side of Houston. I knew Jordans and like the old ones. But a lot of these are the ones that they did special editions of at 2 o'clock in the morning, opening the Foot Locker, and everyone standing in line.
Yeah.
That's what most of these are. The cherry bombs, the flu games, the DMT, the what was it? The red ones, and then the Oreos.
What is those red salmon ones called?
Yeah, there's the red something retro. Then the cherries. Yeah, the cherries. Then the salmon.
I'm learning the names of
the Olympic Games, the number 9 Olympics. Yeah,
there's a bunch of names. It's many names.
Yeah, the coolest one, the vintage ones that I did.
He did. You heard that right. Because he did a lot of them. The best thing is find shoes that aren't you or your spouse's size.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to make much more money.
Hey, Nikki, on that question, nice. Those are the retros, right?
Yeah, retros, and it's got him down there playing
basketball. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they're Charlotte Tar Heel.
Yeah, Nikki, you will. It just depends on the unit. Like, I haven't done as many as they have. I've only done 3. But like one unit, like I was saying, I had a Salvatore Ferragamo belt that sold for $150. The whole unit I paid $100 for. I had Polo Ralph Lauren, a lot of Polo Ralph Lauren. Then I had a lot of athletic wear, Nike, Adidas. So you will definitely find some with designer items, and each unit is different. We were talking about this earlier. It's like you asked how to find units. It's just clues, right? There's no guarantee, but you're looking for clues. You're looking for, depends on what type of unit you want to do too, right? Is there a lot of dust, which is a clue that that stuff's been in there a long time? You're probably going to find vintage items. Like Crocker's Lockers was talking about, you want to make sure it's not staged. Like I saw a picture in a unit last week where it was so obvious that they took the picture inside and walked into the unit, which they're not supposed to. So you can't trust those things, but you're just looking for clues. My Nike unit, in the last picture, look through every picture. Sometimes bad pictures can be your best friend. The pictures were kind of blurry, but on the last picture, I zoomed in, and in the corner of the unit, I saw this big case, and it had Nike shoe boxes in it. You could barely see it, but I also saw that white cloth that they used to separate the shoes. So then I'm like, okay, you got a couple Nike boxes you can see. You've got the white sheet. If there weren't shoes in there, that white sheet probably wouldn't have been in there. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a chance. And I remember when I opened the first one, and I saw Nikes in there, I'm like, I struck gold. So it's just clues. I don't know. There's no real easy answer, is there, guys? To what makes a good unit?
And you're asking about designer, like
you're talking about oddities.
It's a girl. I did find, if you like MK, and I'm still carrying my MK, my favorite purse from I think it was our 4th unit.
Yeah.
So to me that was worth it. So you talk about designer, that was our
the camo Coach.
Yeah. Coach and MK purses and a couple
Steve
of
Madden.
Yeah, lots of purses in there. So you find a lot of designer stuff. I mean, but like we're saying, you never ever know. And the reason why we got the one unit I'm talking about is because I saw a Coach on the side. Now whether it was real or not, I didn't know at the time it was. But
oh yeah, there were real drugs in it too.
Yeah, it was a drug dealer's unit, but there were purses buried all through it. I mean, it
was, I like her now. She's like, yeah, I was a drug dealer's unit. Back then, she was like, oh my God, that's Ellen. That's like, yeah, I was a drug dealer's unit.
Oh yeah, we found, and we've only done 3, but we found
those bullets.
I found bullets. I never
lot.
found one, but a lot of bullets. Some other things that some shady stuff's been going on.
Always. There's always like
speaking of your oddities, here's a Jordan oddity.
Oh, what's the back of that look like?
Oh, the swoosh. Is that what you're talking about? Is that it or what?
It's the Sky High, and they're doing that to keep up with Vans.
Huh.
Oh.
And it's a canvas Jordan.
Oh.
That is cool.
I mean,
that's kind of cool, actually. Like, I'd wear a canvas. Yeah.
They're nice.
That's another pair that I did. But these are fusion. They're called fusions.
Yeah.
And they're newer ones, apparently, from what my sneakerhead buddy told me. So, I mean, I just know they go on my feet, I've been, like, gauging these and walking around. We go for walks around the block in the neighborhood. And it's like, okay, I got to find a pair that are racetrack worthy. Which ones are going to support me,
Yeah.
6'2", 300 pounds now because I quit smoking. And which ones are going to support me for 3 days walking around Texas Motor Speedway?
Yeah.
That's how I judge shoes now.
That's it. Yeah.
And they worked. And there were these oddities here. Where'd you go, Kimbo? There were these oddities.
Hey, let me while they're doing that, let me show you, Francie, like the difference. And I love, and Clay's been here when I've done this. The leather conditioner, man, like the before and the after, and Clay's done these shoes too.
Yeah, it's
like
fun.
I picked these up we were talking about at the bins. I picked these up at the bins for like $3.
Awesome. And
I just put some conditioner on them. And I wish I'd have taken a before and after, and the conditioner just brought them to life. And a lot of my dress shoes, my Allen Edmonds, a lot of my cowboy boots, it only takes a few minutes. And you could also do the conditioner, you can do the shoe polish, you can do all that. But
usually conditioner is on like leather like that. I found I just use whatever Brian uses because I was like, what do you use? And I bought the same stuff. And you do it once, maybe let it dry, kind of soak in. Yeah. If it's real dry, do it again. Snap your pics. I usually do while it's still kind of like dark looking, and boom, you're good.
Yeah, we do the magic eraser, the sneaker cleaner. Because I mean, we're obviously going after different things. I mean, the sneaker cleaner, electric toothbrush, and the magic eraser.
Yeah, the magic eraser. Those things, though, I've gone through like so many, and they end up in little crumbled pieces, whatever. Yeah. And I'm fine with that. And just eventually I'll vacuum or I try to do it over some box or something. But like, yeah man, that is one of the greatest inventions for cleaning the tub and shoes.
Right here is what I was talking about.
Oh, those are cool. Old school, low top.
Those are
cool.
They're
carbon fiber running.
Oh, they're running? Jordan has running?
And it's the craziest. What are you doing, crazy woman? Yeah, they're carbon fiber running shoes.
Yeah, and carbon fiber. That's,
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy.
Got to have the carbon fiber now to compete with all the. If you're going to charge a ton, you better have carbon.
These things are so light, it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, these worn out. These are racetrack shoes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
TMS.
Yeah, it's show and tell. Let me show you another good flip. We'll make this the show and tell segment, so you can find something good you sold recently, Clay. Clay, tell me if you recognize this, and I think I appreciate Clay on this one.
Oh yeah,
there was a garage sale down the block from our school, and Clay went during his planning periods, right? He's like,
yeah. So my planning periods, I'm off 4th and 5th periods, and lunch is in there, so I'm off from 10:50 to 1:10. And so it was a Friday before Christmas break, like 2 weeks before, no meetings or anything. So I went down there and I texted him, I was like, dude, it's like hoarders, but not really, but grandma and great aunt had died.
All over.
And and I stayed there an hour 40, then drove to 7-Eleven, got some chips and a Coke to eat, went back to school. He went during 8th period. I went right back into the school to pick up my stuff and got more. Yeah.
I found this at that garage this week. I guess people they need their alcohol during the stay in shelter. So I paid $10 at the garage sale for this Margaritaville, and it is sold for $120. Actually, the shipping, and Clay and I talked about this. I screwed up.
Oh yeah.
I had a promotion where orders over $100 got free shipping because I mostly do shoes and all real heavy items. And so they got that with free shipping. But as big as it was, it shipped out for like $23 through FedEx. So I still made like 70 or 80 bucks on it, even after that screw up. So if you ever see Margaritaville machines, snatch them up.
Yeah, Margaritaville stuff is hot. I know.
Yeah, that's always been a good buy on those.
Good stuff.
Man, that's a score. I'm watching it on the screen over here. That's a good score. That's a good score, man.
It was a great. Like I need to total up what I've sold. Like the other day, yesterday. Is this like what is it? Go Pop electric toothbrush or something? I sold it for, let's see, not a lot, but I paid like $2 and they paid $14.50 for it, and they're gonna pay $8.40 for shipping, and I'll put it in like a first class box in a poly bag, go to pirate ship, and probably ship it for like $3. So my $2 will make me like 18. So 9 times my money. Sure, kills your average sale price, but I have 5 of them still, or no, 4 of them. You know, I sold like a Coleman lantern, like quad lantern thing, and I think I paid 15, and I sold one for like 45 or 55. You know, and we both ended up with just all sorts of random, you name it. It was like a garage sale day, basically, you know, where you got some shoes, so just all sorts of miscellaneous. And I probably did spend $300 that day, but it'll probably make me like some things maybe I shouldn't have got because I was still kind of new, but I was like, I'll make 1,000 to 12 maybe or something. I mean, even to me, worst case, I double or triple, you know, as a newbie with a full paycheck coming in from school.
Right.
I'm okay still with like kind of screwing up, you know?
Yeah. That's how we are.
Well, that's like our locker that we lost big time on, that we only paid 20, but we lost 100 and something bucks on it anyway in Garland.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't think there was going to be anything in it. We found some really, really nice china. We sat on it.
Yeah.
And I ended up, we took a loss on the china, but sold it finally for like $250. But we sat on it for like 5 months.
Yeah.
But it made us double that unit.
And we sold some Beanie Babies yesterday.
Yeah, and we have
nice.
Well, Beanie Babies, we got tons of Beanie Babies.
Someone paid $20 for a set of 1998 McDonald's mini beanies, beanie things for the whole set.
Like, one more set to those, but the point is sitting. I mean, we sat on the stuff. Like it's not a immediate flip and getting your money back. Usually,
a lot of the higher end stuff
but
it's
it
not.
doesn't. You got to be willing to either that also helps if you have room to store it, but you have room to store it. You got to sit on a lot of the stuff, sadly. So if you have another income, then thank goodness, or we probably wouldn't be able to do what we do.
No, that we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So, but I want to sell the microwave and the stovetop now. That's my next.
Because they're big money, but they're big space.
Yeah, they're big space and big money. So brand new. Got them in a unit, brand new. Never been installed. Never.
I think it was probably for like another.
Y'all do those in local markets mostly, the bigger items, or do you do shipping?
Yeah, local. Yeah, just I don't know about if I want to ship it or anything,
and
that's just sounds like too much sugar for a dime for me.
Yeah, I'm starting to love Facebook Marketplace because it's cash.
I've got the cooktop listed for $250. And I can't get an offer to save my life over $200. And when you look it up, it's a $325 cooktop all day long.
Where's the microwave for?
Microwave $450.
Okay, the other's $300.
But it's a $325 cooktop all day long, and I can't get an offer over $200.
And it's brand new.
It's brand new. The wires are still, taped up, and it's brand new.
Wow.
And I can't get a.
Takes the right.
Like, okay, I'll give you $195 for it. I said, okay, come get it today.
Right.
That's Facebook Marketplace. So.
That's Marketplace.
You just disappeared. And I had somebody that was going to buy a ring from me yesterday for $50, and 2 people, and then they just both disappeared. So.
Is that you?
Man, I don't understand it, man. I report buyers that give me ridiculously low offers and that don't show up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be more to do.
I think Marketplace is the worst for all that, from what I hear. We're not the only ones.
No. Jeebus put out a really good video about the Facebook Marketplace people.
Who did?
Treasure Hunting with Jeebus. And it's actually it's a total stereotype play on the Facebook Marketplace buyers. It's it is hilarious. So, but you know what? I hate to do it, man, but 5 a.m.'s coming.
Yeah, we get it. Well, we appreciate you coming on. And
we thank y'all for having us, man. I mean, thanks for the invite,
Yeah, thanks for having us.
If anyone out there hasn't CROCKER'S LOCKERS, make sure you subscribe, check out the videos. Like them.
Yeah.
So,
If I talk too much, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Drunk and a retired singer.
well, thanks for coming on, guys, and we'll talk to y'all later.
All right, take it easy, y'all.
We'll have you guys on
Man.
For sure.
Good night.
All right, peace.
Night.
And there were two.
It's weird now when it's like, now I feel like I know there's other people and we're still live, but for y'all who are still watching, it feels like last week after the show, I think it was Brian and I talked for like 20 minutes just using StreamYard. So now I'm like, oh yeah, there's still people watching us.
Yeah, it's all good. What's Nikki saying? Sorry.
English sucks tonight trying to talk and list. Good.
Hey, that's good. How Nikki, ask Clay how his listing's going.
Yeah, she and I've been messaging on Facebook this week some, and like was it Friday or Saturday? Oh, when I posted that video when I was running, a run walk, and so she did a real good job. She posted like 9 things late Friday and then 9 Saturday. And yeah, I've not gotten as much for my accountability there. But yeah, she's trying to hammer out. She's got goals. She and I messaging yesterday, and she's got goals.
Multiple people trying to get you on this goal and
yeah, I know
accountability train, and you're still fine.
Yeah,
I've been trying, Nikki. I talk to him every day. Like I joined Daily Refinements Patreon group, and part of the privileges is that they have an 8 a.m. accountability meeting. Comes in, they talk about their goals, what act taken that day, and then how did they do the previous day. So it's all about accountability, and I think that's important. But Clay and I've talked. I give him a hard time, but he's got a different mindset. But he's had the most sales he's had ever this week. So
I mean, yeah, and my total like for the last 90 days, right under $3,000. So $1,000 a month,
that's
not bad considering my lack of work, really.
Yeah, thanks again, Crocker's Lockers. We enjoyed having you on. That's some good content. Everybody out there, when you get a chance, check them out. Learn something about storage units. Clay and I, we do storage units. We do. It's not our it's not our only thing. I think for me, I like to do too many different things, but it's definitely a valuable tool in the tool belt. And especially now when there's only so many ways to source, it's a good one to have. So
sure.
It is more work, and I think that's why there's fewer people that do it, and some of it is hard work and gross work.
I just looked while we were talking at Locker Fox or whatever, and nothing's going right now. And I don't know if that's because of what's going on, like they don't, they kind of shut down. But it said that starting next Friday, there's like 30 auctions that they're starting. But I'll be curious if they're actually going to do them. Because it's like I know people are delinquent, but it almost kind of seems like you would think places are going to hold off.
So let's take this through, right? When you buy a storage unit, we know this. You go and you pay one person at the counter. You have to get close to them, right? Yeah. And N95 masks actually have them for storage units. That's one of the things I got for the dust and stuff. So you wear your mask, and then it's just you and the unit. I mean, it's pretty freaking safe. It's safer than going to the dollar store or getting grocery
store.
So I don't know. I do know what they were talking about. Like there haven't been any units that are ending. There are some that are coming up that are going to expire in a couple of days from now, and then I think it's going to pick up. So I'll keep my eye out, and hopefully we can find another good unit like the book unit or a clothes unit or something.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to catch up on the stream. A lot of comments. Yes. Good job, Clay. I don't know. What was your panic attack about in Aid today?
Rite Aid. It's like CVS.
Oh, yeah. I know we had to go. Well, we didn't. Well, yeah, we did. We went to the dollar store to pick up something, and it's just very conscious of keeping distance. and then sanitizing the hands as soon as we get in.
Yeah.
A 6-foot trailer.
Yeah. So
We'll put that on the Prius.
right. Yeah.
And they were talking about like their car.
Yeah, Ford Focus.
That's awesome. And you know how Clay and I we dream big, and sometimes our goals get ahead of where they should be.
Yeah.
And when we were first doing storage units, we were talking about buying big vans and big box trucks, and when should we get one? And like we were ramping up. Slow down, and even Wade on Wade's Ventures, like he said, he probably did 100 units before he bought his box truck.
Yeah, and he has the one that has what, the roll up sides and the roll up back.
It's on the side, dude. Yeah,
the super modified.
That thing.
Yeah,
is cool.
that's our longer goal is that super modified, because you gotta have. I feel like after we saw that, you're like, that's what you need to have if you're going to buy a truck. Find that or get it modified. So because for loading certain things, that would be by far the best. Now, of course, here to think far ahead, I'm like going, is there a simple way to have a little lift system that could go either on either side or the back to lift a sofa up and in instead of having to manhandle? Looking on turning a box truck. Oh, that'd be cool.
Our video. Here, let me see. All right.
Oh yeah, do the video. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to yell there.
See if I can stream that. I'm gonna try to find that part of our video.
Yeah, Nick, you'll like
this. You can talk while I try to find it, Clay.
Yeah, so Nikki, I'm with you. So my cousin, Brian's met my cousin. She's like my sister. And she lives like I don't know, maybe it's like 4 miles or something, but I can get there in like 6 minutes. And she inherited, unfortunately, her grandma died in November. So the house is half hers and half her mom's. Her mom lives out a couple hours away. But like I joked with my cousin that like, man, I should get one of those like the containers that's been turned into a tiny house and plop it in the backyard, or whatever. I'd have room for storage, and I just hook me up to your electricity or something. But if I knew someone, that could have one of those.
I found it. Let me
have the light systems for wheelchairs. Maybe
by the way,
Kelly, that's a good idea for the lifts. Yeah.
And I'm gonna show a little bit of this video. I think it's pretty funny. It shows
the sound work, I guess, too, and everything, right?
But you know what? I lost a subscriber on tonight's live show. Like,
really?
Subscriber, dude.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna show you a little bit of this. This is like 3 parts. All right, but this. We have a Pirates chest, guys. Yeah, this is.
Here we go.
I love storage units. I love it, man. Yeah, we can have. This is like a reactionary video.
I know, it's interesting watching it.
AKA Texas Treasure. It was snowing that day. My friend Clay back there, AKA Yoga Runner.
Howdy.
That was before he changed his store name again.
We got snowflakes. Let me show you. Actually, for Dallas, I don't know if you can see it. We got snowflakes.
That's pretty cool.
What do you think about snow? Pretty cool, right?
I like it. It's not as good as stick, but look at his hand there. You can see maybe a dot of moisture.
Probably you people in the north like, what the hell's wrong with y'all?
Yes.
What the hell?
Degrees.
Man, but we're in Dallas. It's rare to us. So it is cold, but we're enjoying it. Got the that's horrible camera. Got the U-Haul van. Got the Claymobile. Yeah, we rented that U-Haul truck. There's another option. Today's day 3.
Yeah.
The Nike unit. Colors on this unit. 2 days, I pulled out like 4 cases of Nikes, new shoes, new headbands, some new clothes with tags yesterday. If you haven't seen it, check out the previous videos. Today's day 3. Today we got to get it cleared out. We do have a lot of junk furniture we got to clear out, but hopefully find some more treasure. So stay with us. Yeah, the first 2 had more of the Nikes.
Yeah, when you did it, he did that the first 2 days after school. He went right after school, and it was like nice and sunny.
Snuggle. Now comment below if you are looking for a couch.
I forgot about.
Even going to.
Yeah, we do need to do a unit. So dumbass videos.
All yours. Wait, what'd you find over here? Let me look at from you. We had so much fun. We have fun when we do storage units.
Red box, but no DVD. But actually, if it was in there, I probably would have returned it.
Oh yeah, Clay's a really good guy.
I wonder
I'm a movie guy. I take all the DVDs. Well, now that I have internet, I don't need them.
You probably would.
After 3 weeks, you own it.
You own it. They own it. They own it. That's probably the least of their worries. Sadly. All right, so we got the couch.
Here we go.
I'm telling Clay this could be. Now, this is what made me think of this video was Nikki's comment.
Yeah, Nick, this is it, Nikki.
So tell me, Nick, is this your dream right here? We had the same vision for Clay, and so tell me if this is how you would
envision
this apartment. You can live in here.
A little microwave, one of those portable sinks, where you pump with your foot.
Oh yeah,
water,
yeah.
Wash your hands.
Well, comment below. Should Clay give up his apartment and move into this type of setup? It's like
it's actually like part of me's like, oh, this is what those mountain climber people do. Like you climb like that free solo guy. He lives it. It's bigger, but
oh, that's it. That's your place. Some cup of warm tea on this cold. Snowy day.
It is cozy though.
By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed to Texas Treasures, hit that subscribe button. If you have, smash the like button. Help other viewers find this video and comment below. Would this be a good place for Clay to live? Okay, guys. All right, we've unloaded.
That was like a rap move from the '90s. The way you were like low towards the camera.
Like that.
Yeah.
So this is like the dirty part, like day 3.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the
furniture. Because we had already taken all that gross furniture to my apartment.
Lincoln, when he died,
I think maybe not. Or we moved it out
too soon.
But days 1 and 2, the first 2 videos in this series had all the Nikes when I found them. That was the good stuff. Oh, see in here, guys? This is a broken lock. I'm not going to take it out because it's cold. What does that tell us? What clue does that tell us? That this isn't the first time that they almost lost the unit. Yeah, they've almost lost that unit sometimes.
Shoes that might be hard to see, but there's a price here. That means they got them at Goodwill. I've learned after. What kind of shoes are these? Are Bolano.
They look like they're in pretty decent
shape. Yeah, in decent shape. They cost $4.50 at Goodwill or Salvation.
Yeah, and then we just kind of go through
all the stuff. Yeah.
Let me show you just a little bit of the beginning of this unit. Since we've been talking about storage units. Good morning, treasure hunters out there. This is Brian, aka Texas Treasures. My friend Clay. Oh, I'm sorry, that's part. AKA Yoga Runner. Here's part 1. Howdy. You can hear him. He's getting geared up. Okay. Here's part 1. Oh my goodness. Brand new, guys. I love storage units. This is the win, guys. This is the win. Hey, it makes me want to go do another storage unit.
Right.
All right. So this is what it looked like when I purchased it. You see on the right there. Like that's what I saw, and you couldn't see it from this angle up above. They took it down low, so all you could see was right here, that bottom corner. You could see like a little bit of one of the boxes. And so when you're asking about what do you look for, like obviously if you would have seen this from this angle, it's a no-brainer. But they took crappy pictures, but I saw a little bit of the corner. So you're just looking for clues. Like most of this unit looks like junk, but this unit's probably made me $3,000 or $4,000 already, and it's still making money.
Yeah. I've even made, like you gave me those headbands. I've only sold like 1 set of 3, but for like $15 or something.
Yeah,
the headband, like 6 or 7 more to sell. You know, groups.
One of the pictures, one of the last pictures. What does that look like? Nike boxes. So my hope is that these are Nike shoes inside. So let's take a look. That's the first thing I want to see. Got a box with a ring on it. Haven't sold any of those fake jerseys or the.
You donated them, didn't you?
Most of them. I listed some.
Okay.
Man, I wish those had been like legit jerseys.
Yeah, I know. Or better knockoff or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're. I just never heard of that company. Like it's a real. It's just,
maybe on those, it's like how Kevin was saying when he was on with Bolo, and he's told us key, and we, this keyword. So like, double check the, and I know you can't be like Emmett Smith or something, but you maybe like number 22 for the silver and blue or something,
Yeah, the dust. That white means that white cloth on front, which Nike puts in, which is a good sign. All right, we have the white cloth. And yes. You see those? I sold a lot of those for about $20 each. I could tell by the box up.
Yeah.
Too. Brand new. Brand new Nike. So that's when I knew that this was the unit. I'm like, well, and I had no idea about all the headbands at that point. I just knew there were a bunch of shoes. And they weren't Air Jordans. I wish they were, but still, like, some of those mules have sold 50, 60, $70.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Those Celso thongs were selling 20, 25. All right. I won't spend any more time, but yeah, we were thinking about giving Clay a spot. Man, I ran off a few more viewers with that.
I know we're down to like, they're like, it's 2.5 hours. It's 9:30, and this. Nikki asked, how many what, Nikki? How many
couches?
Yeah, or how many pairs of shoes have you sold, maybe? But I like your idea because she's toying around with moving her something she said. So a box truck though, how many shoes did you get total? And then how many have you sold?
Wow.
You got like
I still have a lot of them in my closet.
Oh yeah. At least listed though, right?
Probably, yeah, everything's listed. Probably about 100 pair of shoes. Headbands, there's got to be 1,000 headbands.
There's that many. Wow.
And sold, I've probably sold 30 pair of the Nikes.
Nice.
And probably at least 100 headbands. Like they're steady sellers.
That's good in 3 months.
I sell a few. Like this past week, somebody ordered like 21 pair of the headbands. So yeah, it's definitely Nike will sell. I didn't see this comment. Drop the floor down, shut off the back, put floors with a mini fridge cabinets and sold.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
I'm just catching up on these comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely like I paid $100 for that unit.
Yeah, and that's the most we've spent. I mean, you spent that alone, and we only spent 110 on the second one combined, and 20 on the first one.
Probably the 3 units, the worst, but I don't know. I probably made $40 on that.
On which one?
The very first one, the little.
Oh yeah, well you sold that bag.
The bag.
Casey Penny. And the white pair of pants.
Yeah, so probably about 50, I guess.
Because you bought lunch that day because you said that something had sold when we went out. You're like, something sold from the first thing.
We didn't know how to split it up. I'm like, well,
yeah,
but it's hard to keep track of where you get stuff from, and
because that was such a small amount too.
But
we had no clue.
But the second one we split down the middle.
Yeah, this we put it in a pile.
Mm-hmm.
And we just, so everybody, here's how we did our draft on that. I went down, it was over Christmas break, and I have a female mannequin, he has a male, and we can talk about our screw up there on some of it. But I'd go down there because it's not, I don't know, like 35 minutes, but easy drive going south. And we just laid all this stuff. Brian had washed it, and some of it still smells like smoke, even the shirt that I mailed the other day.
Did it?
I Febrezed it. Let it set out and packed it up, and I hope that they don't say anything.
I had no complaints, and I sold probably 30 or 40 pieces of clothing from that unit.
Most of it, when I was finally wrapping it up last week, was fine, but I guess certain things just retain. Well, oh, it was one of the like extra large shirts. So I almost feel like now maybe, not to be mean, but the dad of the kid who owned the unit, you know, the dad who was sick, maybe he was the smoker. And so that's why all the track clothes smelled like smoke, but not as bad as this Harley shirt, the XL.
Yeah.
And that guy, the dad, unfortunately, not criticizing, he was the smoker. That's probably it, because it was stronger.
And here's the thing, and let me interject this, that the interesting thing about these units, they all tell a story. And you have so many clues, and by the time you're done processing a unit, you pretty much know what happened.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, but oh yeah, so we just laid our stuff in a big pile, and I'd take, like, you know, whatever. Let's say I went first, I'd slap it on a mannequin, take my pictures, and then sit down and do some listing. Or we were using Sellhound, send it off to Sellhound. If you don't know it, it'll create an eBay listing. And then I like that, yeah. And then oh, that's weird knowing I'm on with someone else and it's just me. That does make you feel subconscious.
Right.
And, sorry, that threw me off. Like when Kevin was on with the Mel, the Australian, her show, she said that. But so we just did a draft and just went back and forth, and it worked out about the same because everything was like Nike, Adidas, Michael Kors, some Polo. Like my cousin Angie took a couple of these like Ralph Lauren. Remember those sweatshirts that were kind of like that girls would wear? They're like cut off or whatever. And they were going to sell for like 25 to 30, but she gives me so much stuff. I was like, okay, here you go. And they were really cool and soft. So, but our mistake, we assumed at the beginning that a lot of this stuff was female because it was all small. And then, so we were slapping almost all of it on the female mannequin. Then a few days later, Brian calls or texts me. He's like, dude, I looked double checked, you know, and a lot of it was male. And I'm like, what? So then as I finally just got to it a couple weekends ago, yeah, a lot of it was male. So it was a boyfriend, girlfriend, but a lot of it, there was some clear female clothes in there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It was a small couple. Basically, they're both teeny.
Yeah, I remember a lot of stuff we donated. Yeah, there was. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So we just learned, like, oh yeah, don't just assume, because the first clues were female, you know, or whatever. I guess we came across the clear female brands at first, and they're like, oh, this is so. Luckily, as Brian said, in a lot of the pictures, you can't tell that it's on the female mannequin and it has boobs.
Yeah, yeah. And I've sold some male stuff that straight away it's not as obvious.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like on that unit, like I think we 100 for it, maybe a little bit more with the fees. Or we split that, didn't we?
Yeah, that was 55 each.
Yeah, so
nothing.
And like it had a leather couch in there, and it's a Lazy Boy leather couch. And I put a conditioner on it. I listed it on the local markets for $100, and I've had about 6 or 7 people want to buy it. But I have I have people I know that are asking me to hold it because they want it, so I'm going to do that for them. But
yeah,
that couch would have paid for the whole unit. So the money you can make on storage units, great. But like I was saying earlier, you know, for every unit I purchase, I probably look at least 100. And you know, there's different ways you can do it, and nothing's a slam dunk guarantee. But if you can find the right clues and get them at the right price, and that's the other thing we were talking about earlier, is the thing that kind of turned me off on it was it took a month for me to list all that clothing. And clothing is not my favorite thing. I'm mostly a shoe guy, and I like electronics and some Americana stuff, some antiques, some vintage stuff. So clothing is not that fun for me to list, and it was all pretty decent, you know.
Yeah.
15 to 20. Like today, I sold today on Poshmark. I sold a Nike, one of those Nike hoodies for $25.
Yeah, I sold during our show. Here, I'll show you. Let me turn down the. Oh, Jody didn't. Well, maybe he's lurking. I just realized. So I sold these. I'm doing my first 25% off sale. People, I finally am learning how to use the eBay store, I think it helped teaching from home, having to learn more technology, and then it's not that, scary. But this, wrong way. So this I sold for 32. Is that, yeah, it's 32.67 plus 10.25. Well, I had it listed at 48.49. Sellhound said like 44, and I bumped it up. Then my 25% sale, I did send them an offer and said, hey, I can only do like another like $2-3 off. And this I didn't mind because I'm like, if they'll buy it for 32 and pay $10 shipping, and I can get it, I bet what, $4 shipping in a poly bag, that means I made $36 off of like a quarter, so like
your question, and that's a good one. So that sell helped you out, and yeah, you'll sell a lot more of that stuff. And here's the clues: like the boxes are numbered, like they have an inventory system. So they were probably reselling these. I don't know if at Trader's Village would be my guess. I don't think they were doing it online. They were reselling all this stuff. Did they probably steal this stuff? Probably. I mean, but here's the thing, and Clay and I even talked about this. You don't know, and you have no. And I used to be a police officer, so, but you don't know where they got it from. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't return it because you don't know where it came from. A lot of this was new dead stock. Some of those Nikes are 25 years old.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. So, I mean, the storage unit facility wants to get rid of it. They want that space to rent back out. So you're doing them a service, and you don't have any accountability for what they did in the past. You don't find anything that's for sure that is illegal or where it came from. So
yeah,
I mean, did they probably do something shady? Probably, but we made the best out of a bad situation, and it's definitely making a lot of money.
Yeah. So Francie, you're saying you wish you had a shop on your property, and I feel like, yeah, you live out and you got some land, I guess. Have you thought about buying like not a huge, but I don't know if you watch Nurse Flipper, but like a shed that's already built, and just plopping it down, or get like a whatever, a container that's already been transformed, throw a window unit or something, she would have bought.
Here's she doesn't care.
The people who has a unit, yeah.
And here's
the Nike unit, yeah.
And we did that. I think we did this last week. Like sometimes we'll just get on here and we'll live stream storage units or research. And if you paid attention on that video, when you saw the opening scene of that unit, it looked like trash. Most people saw that unit was trash. And was there a lot of trash in there? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But hidden in there was all those Nikes, and we didn't even get to all the headbands. There were just cases of brand new headbands. And I've been selling those almost daily. I'm probably bringing in $20-$30. I don't know if daily. I'm probably averaging $100 of sales a week on the Nike headbands, and I still have so many boxes of them. And then if you think about it, so if you start stacking these storage units, because the storage unit, if you get a good one, it's going to keep giving for 6 months, maybe a year, right?
Yeah.
So you stack another one, and then you start stacking these storage units that are giving 6 months to a year, and then you're set up. But there is a bottleneck. It's like, how fast can you list this stuff?
Yeah.
And I've been talking about is maybe wholesaling some of the clothing out. Like a lot of that Nike stuff that you could sell for 15, 20, $25. Maybe you wholesale it to somebody for a couple bucks, $2, and then they can turn around and sell it for 20. It's like going to a thrift store, right?
Yeah.
But when you got hundreds of pieces, you're then moving that stuff quickly so that you can go get your next storage unit.
Yeah. Yeah. You get to move on. I'll buy stuff.
My first thought was I want to because as resellers, I wanted to maximize all that profit. And I'm doing
yeah.
But it ate up so much time.
So here, Nikki saying, I'll buy stuff from you. FR. What's FR?
Yeah,
is that like something like a wholesaler? Some term?
I'll buy some stuff from you.
I don't know. Yeah, if FR. Yeah, I still have clothes. Yeah, I should be like, yeah, sure. Here,
Been drinking this tonight?
huh?
Has Nikki been drinking?
Yeah. Oh, for real. Yeah, I don't know all the cool kid lingo there, Nikki.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, maybe you will message and I'll take some pictures.
Maybe we can, brainstorming. Pulling a Kevin here. Maybe we can do a live auction. Well, not even an auction. An auction, or if there's just a few people, we can show you what we got.
Yeah.
We would give y'all a really good deal. Like I said, if it's something
Like what we
20,
yeah.
basically 10% of the value.
Because Nikki is closed, so she needs.
Oh yeah,
she is a cool kid. Yes, you are.
Because that would allow us to do live units, get the electronics, the hard goods, bigger stuff, and turn them over.
Yeah.
Wholesale out.
Yeah.
Clothing.
Fill a big box and mail it off. Yeah.
All right, Nikki, we will we'll definitely do that. And I know my aunt, she also sells. It's funny, I got my mom and then she kind of got my aunt. They also resell clothing, and I've talked to her. She's also interested. So if we could get a few people, because we can generate a lot of inventory. If we just get a few people that are serious buyers, then I think all we would do is just charge what it would cost to ship it. So let's say you buy 20 tops, right? And it fits, I don't know what size box.
I don't know.
Whatever it would be, and we would ship it through Pirate Ship to keep the shipping down.
Or FedEx if it's heavy, since they're cheap, right? For heavy stuff, maybe.
Yeah, we would just charge
whatever's cheapest. Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll
see, that makes storage units easier with Buffalo Exchange. Your aunt Nikki. Oh yeah, and I told Nikki and Francie and whoever else is out there. There's a Facebook group. What was it? Live Thrift. Called Live Thrift, and people will post a picture of like some polo shirt, and then immediately people will be like, I want, or nobody wants it or something,
Right.
So if you haven't joined that, people check it out. It seemed interesting, and people are posting all sorts of different brands, but
But Clay, like, because we talk we talk about this today. We talk a lot and text a lot that's kind of been our hang up on the storage units. I don't think either one of us want to get bogged down in 1,000 listings of clothes a month to do. But
yeah, I'll do like 50 or 100 maybe. Now that I'm going to get organized, but yeah, 1,000 or even 300
to do. But if we can make a little bit of money for our time and to be able to keep more storage units, and then we're looking obviously for the electronics and
miscellaneous
stuff, then we could really crank out some units and really get this operation in gear. Eventually get the bigger storage unit and eventually the warehouse / storefront.
Because
a thrift store.
Because yesterday I was going to go move into a bigger unit. Remember, I was going to go from a 10x5. I was going to jump all the way to the 10x20 because Mike flipping goodies. If y'all don't watch him, he's good. He told me he's somewhere in Florida. He was like, in like 6 months, he moved 2 or 3 times. So he's like, dude, just go on me because Brian knows, and maybe y'all watching. There's a storage unit near downtown Dallas that's been open like half a year, and I saw it being built on the way to school. And for a 10x5, I'm only paying $28 a month, which is like that's nothing. Like my cousin, she has furniture out in LA that it's been at a friend's storage unit, and he didn't mind. He had stuff, but now that he's taking stuff home, she's having it sent here for, I don't know, it's probably like over $1,000 because the storage unit out there, the 10x5 is like, $160 a month or something, so I was going to move into 10x20, even though it was just going to be empty for the most part.
Well, when I get mine, like my garage, I'm getting close. Like once we start doing storage, my garage is
you're done.
I've got rows with bins, and I think I've got like 63 of the big bins, and then I've got jewelry bins. So that's almost done. So I'm going to go at least a 10 by 20, 10 by 30, because you're going to grow into it. Like, I wouldn't waste my time on that little one like you got, because you're going to outgrow that, and then that's going to be a pain in the ass to move.
Yeah, the more you have,
just like once you've decided that's the route to go big.
Yeah, because the 10 by 20
always bring a section out to Nikki. She could live in the corner.
Yeah, because the 10 by 20 is only, I think it was like maybe $60, or maybe it was like 70, but that's still
that's cheap. Like the ones I was looking at were still like 180, 190 on the low end down here in the country.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to show you one thing I'm going to go buy tomorrow, I think, from this guy, if you'll share my screen here. So let me go to this. So I found this guy. He owns this like a phone repair phone and gadgets, like repair gadgets up the street, like up, where the El Phoenix that we've eaten at, it's like 2 blocks from there. And so he's selling all these little like storage bins, if you can see, right? That he kept parts in.
Yeah.
So he found a couple more, and it is $50, but there's 9 of these, and he found like 3 more. So I figured that's going to be perfect for like jewelry and little crap when I get into that, because you have your jewelry organized the way you have it. But I'm like going, oh well, for $50 I won't even use all those for a long time, but I'll find ways to, or if you need a couple of them, it would help you. I don't know, I just thought, like, seeing your deal, like going, oh, one of them could be just this thing, or if it's rings in different sizes or something. Like, if I'm going to get organized here, I saw that just randomly in the feed, and he's
that's good. I thought it was that approach, and I kind of settled on what I'm doing, but yeah, that would work. Yeah, for sure.
It's got a good let's see, I'm trying to read now some of the
let me show you what I'm picking up tomorrow.
And Nikki, what do you a couple that would buy clothes as well? Is that what you're saying? She loves clothes. Yeah, she does well on, she was telling me yesterday, like 1 week on Poshmark. Huh?
That would be a win-win if Nikki and maybe a couple other people.
Yeah. Oh, her dream, to have like, almost like, the 2 different small houses or something. 1 storage, live in 1, have so much inventory to move, 55 bins, 5 shelves. Yeah. I have some of those. Oh, you have some of the, like, the small things I guess I just showed. Let's see. Yeah. They're worth it. Yeah, I figure for $50, and then the thing that I'm going to use as a packing table. My problem is, I've told Brian, I don't know how to organize my apartment because it's so small. I don't have room to move anything to then try to move something else to see how it'll look,
All right, let me show you something. Let me show you what I'm picking up. This was at an auction, and let me walk you through kind of my thought process. I also like antiques and vintage stuff. Like, I've subscribed to Covell's, gosh, my brain is fried. Their website, and they have publications and books. So this is what I saw on an auction, and I got this for $30, right? You could tell it's ornate.
Yeah.
A coffee urn. And so I have a subscription to Worth Point. Now, it did take me about 15 minutes, but this is what I found. It doesn't get that big, but you can see here, like, this wasn't a very good picture, but they've cleaned this. That silver needs to be cleaned, but that's exact same urn. And you could tell by the details, the handles, it just, like, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get, like, right there, you could tell, like, if you look at that's that.
Yeah.
These pieces, these are the ornate pieces, and it matched up. Now, this sold for $200 in 2013. Well, it's probably worth more than $200 now. And this was fine. It was exactly like it. So I paid $30. I'm gonna pick this up, probably list it, clean it up, polish it once. You don't want to over polish the stuff, but polish it once. And if I can get it to look like this or close to it, probably list it for, $250 or more. And Clay teaches history. I also used to teach history, and I've got a degree in literature and history, got a double major in. So I love that Americana, finding those old pieces like that.
Yeah,
So
that's cool.
garage sales or thrift stores or estate sales, especially estate sales, you can run into some of that stuff. And that's where I love doing. There's something weird about me. I love doing research. Like I could spend hours just researching stuff.
Oh, I like research. That's why I think I liked history in college. And it's like, I'm not going to say I'm the most intelligent. I just worked hard in college, but I did really well in my history classes, and like they chose me. I wrote an honors thesis because like I was good at research and I liked it. That's why I like doing stats in sports, like in high school for basketball and in college, because I like actually details. I'm not good at math, but like I like details like that and doing research, and stuff. So I get it. Yeah, it kind of translates to this. I want to show you mine. Like I have, that's a set. What do I look for?
Are you talking about, Nikki, like you have some antiques or some vintage stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what. Let's see. I'm going back up to
It
see what.
depends. I mean, it's hard to say without seeing it, to be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of
things get shelves and store
vertical. A lot of things have marks, and here's a good person.
The silver set. She's saying, yeah.
Here's a good person to watch on YouTube for this type of stuff is Dr. Lori. She does antiques. This is the first silver set I've ever, honest. Now on plates and things, there's markings on the back, on the bottom, and that'll help you out. But basically, kind of when I'm looking at things, I'm looking for it's subjective, but things that catch my eye. Like when you look at that, here, let me show you that again. When you look at that, that is not a normal everyday item that you're going to see. The ornate handle, the lid, this spout right here, that's not normal. That's not something you're just going to see ordinarily. So when I was looking at these auctions, I saw that. And because I have WorthPoint, I just put in the keywords, right? I think I put silver coffee urn, and I sorted this from high to low. And then I just scrolled for 10 or 15 minutes until I found some that were similar. I was trying to find the exact one. And when I found this one, I'm like, that's the exact one. And now when I go to list it, look at this. This is an item that sold for $200 7 years ago. And I can look at their descriptions. Sometimes these people have really good descriptions that I can kind of adjust to fit my needs. So as far as silver, I don't know exactly. And Clay and I were talking about doing research shows. So that would be fun, just to spend maybe a show researching.
Oh, yeah.
I think the best way to learn this, let's do this. Let's do it real quick. Is just to do it, right? All right. So, and I have never researched silver, but now you could also do it on WorthPoint. But when you're first starting, just eBay's fine. What are we looking at? Silver what? Silver sets. So just type it in. Maybe look under antiques. Okay, now we're looking for souls. Now you could do this a lot of ways. When I first do it, I want to see like what's the thing if I see I need to get. Well, Tiffany and Company sterling silver flatware set for $22,000. All right, like look at this right here. All right. So obviously, well, I mean, if I just saw this,
jeez, they polished the heck out of that. Yeah, it's like the Stanley Cup.
Yeah. And so so it's just like looking at this stuff enough to become familiar with things. Like you don't have to know exactly what's what, but well, look, they have a mark on this one, Tiffany and Company, and it shows us sterling silver, 925 out of 1,000 parts. So that one would be easy. You could just look at the mark.
Yeah.
Damn, we need to find some Tiffany. Look at all these Tiffany. So Tiffany and Company. Who knew silverware would be worth so much?
Yeah. I bought silverware. So that day that we had that great day where you bought not the last time we went out, but like in January, December, where I bought like that teapot, and that good day. And I went to a garage sale down the street from me, like down the hill. And I bought all this stuff for like $20. And I'll probably make like, I don't know, 100 to 2 off of all these random. Some things are going to take forever. But one of them's a set of silver in there that I need to polish before I figure I should polish it before I try to sell it.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Matter of fact, I don't have any silver polishing stuff.
Yeah, I don't either. So that's like the last thing I'm gonna do,
And like I could spend a day now just researching silverware, which sounds kind of boring right now, but knowing that there's that kind of money out there to know some of those marks, like this stuff kind of stands out more, these big silver trays. And see how ornate everything is? Like,
yeah,
those are clues. And I've seen a couple of these with actual marks on them.
Yeah, those are nice for high tea.
So let's do this. Let's do silver.
Remember, everybody, you got to stick your pinky out if you're drinking tea, or if you're just having water and you want to be fancy, stick your pinky out.
Wait. Is that looks kind of like what I just bought?
But taller, maybe? Oh, there's a piece. Oh, ruler. That's why.
Well, I think the top of their lid is a little different, but the handle. Yeah. It's similar, but it's different. Like that spout is different. Vintage Reed and Barden silver plate, 1796 coffee and teapot. Wow, I would love to. And that's sold for $380. And I mean, you can do this for anything, right? Anything you want to research, $380, $350. Just kind of get a feel for it, like copy.
That's what we need to know. Yeah, some like people at estate sales and stuff like that. Yeah, my mom, she gave me, well, she says I took it. It was like a champagne bucket or whatever that when my parents got married, Clint Murkison, original Cowboys owner or whatever, gave them because dad knew all them. And she's kept it because it's cool. And recently she's like, I gave that to you. She's like, but don't sell it. And I'm like, Mom, you may have given it to me, but I didn't like take it home. I was like, I can see everything in the apartment, but it's a cool thing, and I call it like the little mini Stanley Cup type deal, I want her to find it just because I'm like, I don't think I lost it, but yeah, I need to look around and be like, oh yeah, do I have any other old stuff that someone gave me? I don't think I do, but be nice.
And that's the thing, like sometimes, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to run across but when I run across something, then, do a quick dive as you quickly research that stuff. And then you have one more thing to look out for when you're out sourcing.
Yeah.
A bunch of camel stuff. Like Zippo camel. Like I was looking at some auctions. They had Zippo camel lighters, and some of those can go for a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. I went to garage sale, way back before I started listing, and I got like a camel lighter because I found like some comps that were really good, and then I only paid like 3 or 5, but it's if it sells, even I haven't listed it yet, but it's like if I list it, I'll make my money back, or something. I thought it was like in better shape, but then like when I looked more, you're like, oh, I can't remember why, but you can just tell, I guess some of the other ones are like just not as beat up or
Right.
smoky looking or something or whatever. You know.
And that's the thing with reselling. You're constantly getting better. Like the things I buy now, a lot of that stuff I wouldn't have bought, 2 years ago or a year ago. And probably in another year, some of the stuff I'm buying now I wouldn't buy. Like you evolve and just get better at your sourcing.
Yeah, and like I made the mistakes that whoever's like still out there, like that last time we went, I guess I won't say mistakes. I'm trying to give myself credit, baby steps. That even like at that garage sale where I thought that laser disc printer, not printer, laser disc player, remember it didn't work. The garage sale that we had to wait to go in like for 20 minutes or something because they're kind of in a dead area. But I bought those 2 video games and like the NHL Monopoly. And sure, none of those are going to be great sellers, but it was kind of like I was trying not to list or buy anything. I just wanted to go out so that I could film in the car, which I got to work on videos eventually. But then it was like, well, you're out and it's hard not to source. So that I left that day spending 42 that'll turn into like, I don't know, 160 or something. But I'm like, oh yeah. And I'm trying to be like, it'll still be worth my time because the way I list with a full-time check still, but I got to get better at don't buy that crap.
So here's a question related to that. You guys, y'all can answer too.
Hey, Mike.
Like what do you have a set amount, a profit margin,
ROI? Price,
or like you trying to 10x it, 10x your return, trying to at least get $40 on a flip? What's everybody's model as far as what you're going to source? And I know like you're okay a little bit. You used to say, and I don't know if you still feel this, like doubling your money was your goal.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm still like okay with it, I guess, because otherwise then I'll, me, then I'm like, if I don't look at the positive, then it's like, well, you dumbass, you shouldn't have, done that. So now that's still not good, but that's why like on that pair of Nike pants, because sure, it was only like it was $32, but even on some of the other things I sent out offers off my 25% off sale, but only like a couple more dollars, it's like, well, it's a quarter to $20, so like that's an okay turnaround, even with the average sale price.
That's a 80x ROI.
Yeah, so that I'm trying to get better at instead of the video game that I bought. It's 2 that'll get me 13. That's still times 6, but is it like it's how fast can I list it? Which something like that now I can list quick, picture, sell similar, 10 minutes at the most, plus with packing, because that's just bubble wrap poly.
So there's a lot of variables there, right? One is the cost of goods. 2 is what can you make from it. You can look at the ROI, the 10x or the 3x. Then the third factor is, well, what's it going to net you?
Yeah,
worth your time.
Yeah,
after you factor in how, and then I guess the fourth thing which goes into that is how long does it take to list it? Like some of those comics I bought, they weren't in as good condition as I thought they were going to be. Like one should still sell for 30, and the other 3 maybe about 40 or 50 together. So, but they didn't take very long to list either.
Yeah.
And I put together the smaller $10 to $15 ones into a lot. So there's a lot of factors there. Like on big, like if it's shoes, since I mostly do shoes, I want to make, because it's going to take me about 10 minutes to list on average. I want to make at least $20 profit. And most of the time on most things, I'm looking to at least 3x it. Unless it's a smaller dollar item. Like I don't want, like 3x on $1 is not worth my time to make $3, because it's going to cost you time and money to list that. So if I'm like, I won't hardly pick up anything that won't sell for less than 20 or 25. And even if it's at the $20, $25 range, it's got to be something I can list quickly.
Yeah.
And then like on shoes, which is mostly what I'm looking for, like it needs to at least be 30, 35, and then it's my cost of goods. I get it for 5 or under.
Yeah, because Yeah.
List them for 30. That's on the bottom end of what I'll do. And I really want it to be better than that. But at least
Yeah, because the shoes, that's my deal, because I don't remember now where I got some of the shoes. So most every pair of shoes that I've listed or I will list, I've put for like $6 or $7, because if you get them at Goodwill, what generally they are about 7, right? 6 to 7. If we're getting them at the bins, $4.50. That's at least what you told me one time, you know. So I'm like, so I'm on a lot. And then at garage sales, if it's a pair of boots, I probably got them at a garage sale or the bins. So I'm like, well, some of them I might not make as much, but if I can triple, I'm like, I already bought them and listed it. So triple, it's a positive. I'm trying to still get like, so yeah, get better at, you know, the research, especially if you're standing, like when we've run into each other at that Goodwill the couple of times when we didn't go together after school. Yeah, sit there and like, okay, don't get that. Or in Tulsa, after I went and watched the Friends in the Marathon, I told you, I bought several pairs of Bjorn, but not the best Bjorn. I just trusted that all Bjorn were good.
You learn the brand.
And yeah, and some of those I don't think I've listed yet, and I will, because, you know, I mean, I've bought them. I don't know what else to do with them. I could, well, maybe I'll donate, actually. I'll look it up, and like Chris on Daily Refinement, donate.
Yeah.
That'll help somebody else.
Stuff you learned, get rid of your time. And here's the thing, Francie, that's a perfect segue. I'm going to push back a little bit. Right? Depends on what you can find. Well, not necessarily, right? Now things are a little different, so maybe now, but normally, and depending on where you're at, but for us, no, because I'm not going to pick up a $10, $15 item. I'm not going to pick up a $10 item, even if I can get it for $1 or $2, because it's going to cost me about, if you think, let's just do 10 minutes to list an item, right? So like your time is valuable. For me, I value my time at least $50 an hour. So if that's at least probably $5, $6, $7 of my time to list it. Whereas I'd rather use that time to hit other thrift stores, other garage sales, and be more selective and find those better items, because you will find them. I promise you. I find, and I know we can. Oh my! I'm getting pumped about this. That those items are out there, right? Those shoes, those hard goods, those. I would rather spend more time sourcing, find better items, and sell that versus just buying the cheaper items just because it's a profit. And I understand that. I think that's how everyone starts. And when you first start, it's like, whoa, $1 and a 10. That sounds. Yeah, but your time, it's going to cost you $3, $4, $5 of your time to list it, to mail it, to do that. So I don't want to invest my time into that $10 item. I would rather, you know, $30 items or higher. And everybody's got to decide that for themselves. Like my goal is eventually to get my ASP to like $50 an item, because I know here in the Dallas area, it's not a problem finding those items. It just takes a little bit more time sourcing, and I prefer sourcing versus listing those cheaper items. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Nikki, I get, you know, and I'll tell you a good person. Like when I first started on YouTube, I watched a lot of oh my gosh, my mind is Bonafide Hustler. Golly, I'm tired. Bonafide Hustler, and he preaches this stuff, right? He's only looking for, his ASP is like 50 or higher. He walks away from these smaller items. And he preached that, and that kind of sunk into me. And once I started to do it, and I'm not up to $50 items yet, but you know, even a $30 item, that when you get those big sales. And here's the other thing: it's psychological, right? It's up in your head. It's psychological, because when you get like, oh, let me show you. Well, I already showed y'all. Like those bed stews, when those sold this week for over $100, and I was pumped. And what does that make me want to go out there? It makes me want to go source more of those items. So there's a psychological element to selling these higher ASP items, because it gets you pumped. When I sell even these headbands, which I'll sell for $10, $15, it's fine, right? And there's a lot of them that are replenishable, so that's good. But I don't get pumped about selling a $10, $15 item. But I sure the heck get pumped once those $50 are higher, those bolos. man, I get excited when those come.
See, and I'm still getting excited because I have some of the lower stuff, like here. Like I wouldn't buy this, but I sold like that Masters t-shirt,
Pause.
$17 plus 8 shipping. But like this.
Pause. I'm muted, Clay. I'm gonna let you speak, but I want to read Nick. I think it's really good. All right, so just listen for a second. She said, "You have already purchased them, Clay. You cannot make money with them sitting there. What do you need to do? List, list, list."
I know. I saw that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Me and Nikki, we're going to team up. We're going to get you killing your.
I'm getting there.
No, you're doing. I'm just messing with you.
I know. But so like this Yahtzee, it's just these like the score pads for Yahtzee. Someone bought 2 of them. It's only $9.24, but they're going to pay $12.30 for shipping. But I got those from my cousin. So $0. And that's because her grandma, Yahtzee was Aunt Kat's game. They played Yahtzee out the wazoo, you know. So it's like Angie's keeping the old Yahtzee set because I'm like, that's an heirloom, you know, in my head at least. But she had 1 million of these scorecards in the boxes. So, and I comped it. And so I'm like, sure, 2 for $9.24. It didn't take that long to take pictures. And it's kind of like, and as much as she's helping me, like this Amazon Dot Smart Echo thing sold for $15,840 shipping. Guess who gave me that? Her too, you know. So it's kind of like some of that crap I wouldn't maybe get, or maybe I would, not the Yahtzee, but it's still money, you know.
So let's talk about that. Ooh, this is good. So people say I can't make money, right? We've been talking earlier. We were talking about free stuff on Facebook Marketplace, stuff that we've got that's going to make money. Yeah, you can go get your free stuff on Facebook Marketplace and offer up on Craigslist.
Yeah,
gosh, right? Then now you have some capital. Now you can go out there and start actively sourcing. And Nikki, the $17 items, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But and maybe this is just my mindset, right? Like there's a couple different extremes. You have the high ASP, which is what I prefer, especially if you're gonna do it by yourself. You want to slowly increase that ASP because you only have so much time. If you're going to do the $10 items, $10 to $15 items, then you're going to need help. You're going to need to pay somebody. You're going to need to get a lister. And I've done that. Like I have even with the shoes, I have somebody listing. I had somebody doing my shipping. You need to start at some point, right? You got to get to the point to pay someone $10, $12 an hour, depending on where you live and what the going rate is. 10, 15 bucks an hour to list your items, and they've got to be efficient at it, right? So that you can spend your time out there sourcing. And if you've got somebody that can list for you, then yeah, you can bring in those cheaper items. But even then, let's see, now even then though, I still would rather get those more expensive items that my lister, like when my lister's listing these things, like on my table in the other room, I've got like 10 pairs of shoes and boots. And they're all like $40 to $100 items. They should be. So I know that with those ASP, I can afford to have a lister.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm rambling, but if you're going to do, you either got to do a volume game with a lower ASP, or if you're going to be a solo show, you got to start. And you don't have to go from $10 items to 50 overnight. It takes time as you learn things. As you learn brands, you get better at it, and it'll slowly start to grow over time.
Yeah, here I was gonna look up. Let's see, and then I know we've talked about this, but here I'll do the deal. I'll show. Yeah, I'm gonna share a screen real quick. Chrome tab, share.
Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, I just went to Facebook Marketplace and like VCR player free. I haven't looked up any of these. Mm-hmm. Some are for sale, but you're like, who knows? Maybe some of these are actually like decent. Or if you just type in VCR.
Or you can just type in free. That's what I do.
Yeah, Yeah, for those of you who've not done it, Yeah, free produce. So like I mentioned that I'm part of this, like it's a free group in Dallas where people like post like I need kids clothes, but like I'm glad people are giving away food. Yeah, boxes, front door friend, couches.
Somebody was giving away bubble wrap last week. A lot of it.
Yeah, I know. I saw like all these boxes, but right now I don't want to get. I have enough boxes, and I don't want to touch.
On the right, no, look, are the sleeping bags or on the far right? It's like red.
Oh yeah, let's see. Sexy. I've been out there. Oh, a coat and a vest.
Okay.
Christmas tree stand, free jackets, 5-6, raincoat and vest. Yeah. So like, I mean, God, if I had a kid, but there's always, yeah, look, sofas and bed frames. So if you need to furnish a place, geez.
Yeah.
But free is.
I saw a killer table in Fort Worth that somebody was giving away. I mean, it was nice. Like if I had the setup and the truck, I would have picked it up if it was still available. You could have easily flipped it for at least $200 or $300. People will just give away some great stuff. So that's a good way to start. And I would say not even just start, is to make it. Clay and I were talking about this today. Make it part of your arsenal, right?
Yeah.
I think, oh man, this gets me pumped. Like everything is like, you've got to build routines. That's why I keep preaching this. And I know Clay, but like you've got to like schedule in. I'm going to spend X amount of time to look for free items. At this time of night, I'm going to spend 30 minutes looking at storage units. At this time, you've got to be very consistent, because you're not going to find all this stuff at one time, right? But if you're consistently doing this every day and you have a routine built in, then over time, that consistency, that's what earlier I was talking about going to the bins. If I was doing this full time every morning at 7 a.m., I would be at the Fort Worth bins. I'd be one of the first there every day. And I would build a schedule around that. Man, I don't know. It's like reselling, so much potential, and there's so many ways you can do it. And I think that can almost be because any one of these you could just focus on. You could do nothing but Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, right.
You could do nothing sales. You could do nothing but thrift stores. You can do nothing but the bins. You could do nothing but estate sales. You could do nothing but online auctions. You could do nothing but storage units. You could do nothing but online arbitrage. And Chris on Daily Refinement, he preaches this, which I've never really got around to. You could do nothing but calling manufacturers, trying to get deals and connections. So there's so many ways that you can make money as a reseller. And it's just like, what's your game plan? I mean, there's a learning curve, right?
Yeah.
So learn some niches. Like, I don't think anybody can be you can't be an expert in everything.
No.
But you can be pretty good at a lot of things, and then have 1 to 3, well, maybe 1 to 5 niches that you're really good at, that. Like for me, shoes is my number one. And then I'm good in electronics, sporting goods. I'm working on my vintage antique game. I want to get better in that. What kind of combo are you talking about, Nikki? Like a DVD, VCR?
It'll be worth it. You're getting there, Nikki. It sounds like. I mean, you're doing better than I am.
The very first thing that when Clay we went, I found a VCR for him. I negotiated, and that's another thing. Like, so Clay needs to work on his negotiating skills.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's such a nice guy, and somebody will say $5, and okay.
Well, yeah, I don't like like it feels like a confrontation. I'm not good at asking for anything for myself in life overall, like help or.
I love it. To me, it's a challenge. Like 5, I'm like, would you do 2? And then we go, right? And the last time we went, remember the lady with the Nikes? Like, I looked them up. They were a pair of Nikes. They were worth about $30.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which place that was.
She said, how much? I said, how much? 5. I'm like, well, I was only looking to spend 2 or 3. And I was just quiet. You just let that You just let it sit there.
Yeah. Marinate.
I was like, I can only do 2 or 3. And I'm about to put them down. I was like, could you do that? Yes.
Yeah.
Negotiating is fun to me. Because then those $30 shoes, now I got my 10X, I got them for 3 versus 5. I'm only at 6X. It's all a game.
Yeah. Yeah, it made me realize too, to do the Kevin thing, like I was making a to-do list. I only wrote down stuff finally just now. 3 hours, 24 minutes into the show. New record. Here, here's my to-do list. I wrote it. I'm using a USPS box to put my laptop on. So that's I've written that list before. All it says is list, like for routines every day. Videos for knowledge, videos to comment, some edit videos, study what sold, some RA, Facebook Marketplace. And then I did like what am I going to try to learn? But I also realized, I need to work on my videos, especially the ones that I did film while we were in the car. Because a lot of that I could show like right now when we do our talk, I need to get those edited and it's both watch it, because then that could lead into someone's question or something, or during our free flow time like this.
Yeah.
Something that we talked about that day that is a little different than what we're doing now.
Nikki, so I've sold a lot of car radios. Here's the thing. Testing. You really don't have to. You don't have to. So
yeah. 159. Nice.
Like, and I probably sold 10 car radios, so what I do is, and I was gonna test them. Like, there's ways to do. I've watched videos, and it can get a little complicated. But when you think about it, right? Offer a 30-day return. So what's the worst case? They get it, the radio doesn't work, right? They message you, and that's happened to me a couple times. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, and don't send it back. I'm sorry for your inconvenience. If it doesn't work, you don't need to send it back. Just refund them the money. But 80 to 90% of the time, it's going to be fine. I picked up at a thrift store. I picked up a car radio for like $5. It was a Toyota Supra, like a very rare car radio. I sold it on OfferUp for $475 cash. And I've sold a lot of them on eBay. They'll go for the $100 to $200 range. So if 10 to 20% of the car stereos you get don't sell, oh well, no big deal. You probably didn't spend, like, you can get them at garage sales all the time. I get them $2, $3, $4, $5 all the time. So you're only out that. Maybe you're out the shipping, but you're not doing it that often. Where Rally Roots talks about this too. That's exactly how they do it. So why am I going to do all this testing? So if they ask me up front, and maybe this is a little dishonest, I'll own it. Tested? Yeah, because a lot of times I'll ask the people I buy from, does this work? Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, it's tested, it works, and I offer a 30-day money back guarantee. So if they do have a problem, I'm going to take care of it. They're going to get their money back, so they're not out anything. And the odds of them having a problem are small. I would say 10, 15% of the time, if that.
Yeah, because I bought that one stereo in the summer, the old ones like you're talking about, and I overpaid. I don't remember now, but I think I paid like 10. And then I told you that guy last month or 2 months ago just wanted the faceplate, and so I took it off, and because he's like, just send that. It's cheaper shipping, and I still made money off pirate ship. And so I still have the, whatever you call it, the body of it. And I just took a couple more pics, put it in the picture box, and I listed it again. And I just changed the listing to say, I don't know, whatever, like I said, the body of it, and people have looked at it, and I just said untested or whatever, that's why, I need to better set up for testing the other VCRs and things I've bought, because it's like the only TV I have, I could do it on, but having it, it's not like, the normal size everyone has, whatever, 40, whatever, even though they're light, it's on a table that's like this, so I can't really turn it around. It's now connected to the internet, so to plug cords in is kind of a pain. That's why I've thought, like, buying at a garage sale or at Best Buy, like a cheap, the 15-inch something, just so I could set it on the side somewhere to test VCRs.
Yeah.
It's $30, 40, or look on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, you'll find a free one. I've got a 27-inch Magnavox DVD VCR. I will make a hell of a deal.
You get like 110,
50 cash.
50 cash. Hey, and then I could use it and then flip it. Yeah,
for 100 to 1 to 150 local sell. That thing weighed a ton, 88 pounds, and it's awkward to pick up because on the bottom of it, like it's got those griddles and it hurts your hand.
Yeah.
And when I parked my car, like I was gonna make a video of it, I didn't get the camera set up right. It was like a really long driveway in Ennis in the country. I had to walk probably 50 yards carrying. I felt like a strongman competition.
Yeah.
Very far, and because she told me, she goes, "You should pull your car up closer." So I parked close because I felt weird pulling in somebody's driveway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "No, it's fine. I got it." I didn't know how heavy it was. She goes, "You really should pull your car up." I got it, and I did get it, but it hurt my hands, and I was breathing kind of hard by the time.
That's part also why last weekend, besides not wanting to drive all the way back to Frisco after having to Saxe 2 different days in a row, Capel once, and somewhere else, and getting sure of the miles, but I didn't want to go to Frisco and then pick something up that weighs 80 pounds and literally fall over, possibly break the damn thing. Because picking up the little storage thing I'm going to use as a packing station, when I picked it up off this lady's porch and put it down, it was awkward to get because it's pretty good size, and then she could see me out her kitchen window, and we were messaging. I was like, "Oh, thanks again. This is awesome." She's like, "Before you load it, take the drawers out." I didn't know they came out. They're just like, they slide. It's all wood. And that made a huge difference. And to be able to get it in the car, actually. So I was like, I don't want to go get this TV that I might not be able to pick up and safely get in my car almost.
Well, I put clay, like it's still sitting on my table, but I did list the stuff I picked up today.
That's good. Yeah.
And I'll probably try to list that TV tomorrow. I got to pick up that coffee urn and try to, at least try to get 5 items a day. And I don't have a big death pile at this point. I've got some suits, which, man, I just don't like listing suits. Like I've sold some for good money. I don't know
you started to really get into that. God, you were like becoming an addict at first with that.
I like buying them. Because I can put the mannequin and the measurements. They take longer to list, and they have a slow sell-through rate. But when they sell for good money. Like I could do just that, or I could do just pants, or I could do just shoes. Men's pants, I still sell a couple of pair of those from. Like that one time, I went to 10 thrift stores and on a sell day and just hit up all their.
Oh yeah, that Friday you took off in the fall.
So like I've tested all these different theories and ways to make money, and they all work. And I know if I just focused on one of them, it would be good. But I think I'd be kind of bored too.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
I like listing all sorts of different things and getting all sorts of different things, whatever. Yep, here I'm looking in the background. 32-inch Samsung TV works just fine. Remote control comes with it. Just getting rid of extra stuff. Yeah, $30. So maybe I buy something like that as my tester.
Yeah.
When I get rearranged, put that here in the bedroom too. The internet.
All right, let's go back up here. Hold on. So before you buy it for 30, what should
offer? Yeah, but can you do 20?
Yeah, hey, I really like it, but anyway, you could do 20.
Like yesterday, the lady actually.
If they say no, then
you either walk away, or if you want it, like I paid for like the 2 things I got yesterday. I asked on one and like no, and the other thing I thought it was worth it, because it was so well made, whatever. So, but yeah, like on something like a used TV, I mean, there's a picture of it working, I mean, and I believe them, but yeah, start with 20, and then if not, yeah, for
That's
some
good.
reason,
I think having goals is crucial because if
yeah,
you have goals, I mean, it's like flying a plane with no destination. You don't know where the heck you're going to end up at. And
yeah, I know,
you don't know what process you're going to do to make it happen. So you've got to have goals. Paying off a house is a great one. Like I have mini goals into my bigger goals. Like my mini goal right now is to pay off my debt so that I'll be in the position to go full time. And then once I go full time, like my first goal would be 100,000 a year profit, and then from there expand. Like I look
yeah,
at like Craigslist Hunter or Daily Refinement. Like Craigslist Hunter during Q4, he's had $100,000 sales a month on eBay.
jeez,
Not to mention his storefront,
oh yeah,
like
that's insane.
$1,000 months.
Yeah, I need to get all this crap listed so whenever we can go, like we've talked about, even if it could be, I mean, literally July easily or August, at least we have several months in the fall of sourcing and since I'll probably be back with you next year, it's like I'll take days early in the year because obviously I'm not using any more days this year. And I think I was still at 17. Like I luckily remembered to go in and cancel. I was supposed to take off Tuesday and Miss Harrison was going to sub because opening day for Rangers.
Apartment.
Huh?
She's going to show up to your apartment.
Yeah. So luckily I remembered last week, like, oh yeah, I have that in the system and ASOP will count it against me and they'll take it out of whatever Encore or whatever not Encore, whatever I can't even think, the HR thing that keeps all that. So I'm like going, oh, so luckily I deleted it because you saw the email. If you need a day off, let me know. And another teacher. And you're like going, why does anybody need I understand.
That? Really?
Huh?
Somebody said they need a day off?
No, I'm saying, why would they?
Oh.
Like there's, I don't know if I told you, there's someone we know that I'll text you, someone's nephews died the other day. But they can't go to the funeral, and so it's like it sucks, but like they don't need a day because unfortunately they can't go to the funeral, or whatever, because they don't live here. And even if they did, so you're kind of like, why take days? So yeah, we get 10 more. So I start with 27 instead of 35.
Like I'm spending 2 to 3 hours, probably closer to 2, but 2. Like today, I was a longer day, maybe 3 hours.
Yeah,
and I'm on call and we're available and all that. But man, like back to the point that this is an opportunity, right? So we got to make ourselves better as resellers.
yeah,
We can source safely, do that. If not, if you've got death piles, list it.
yeah.
Not organize, which I know you're good at that. If not, research, learn some
Yeah,
get better, learn learn plates, learn shoes,
that's
learn
what I wrote down. Yeah, I got to learn those dishes and
learn
stuff.
baseball bats, learn vintage T-shirts,
Oh,
learn
yeah.
skates, learn hockey ball. Oh, there's so much out there. And like last week at the end of our show, we were just like, and I got this from Auction Professor too. You can just put a color in this. I won't do it right now, but you just put a color
Yeah,
and
learn all the
and just see what
red whatever. Oh, I'm going to learn red.
Yeah, and it's a rabbit hole that you'll come across things that sell for good money that you had no idea about. It's just a rabbit's hole, an Alice in Wonderland hole to take you down to learn something new you didn't know.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's what we want to do every day. Like today yesterday I learned about antique urns a little bit, coffee urns. And I learned about that blue
bowl thing.
I got the thing.
Yeah, I should learn because I see those and I know a lot of them probably aren't worth crap because you see them at estate sales or garage sales and they're selling cheap.
Yeah.
And at estate sales, I trust that they know, right?
Well,
generally.
It goes back to research, right?
Yeah.
For about a week, and I will kind of binge watch different channels. I watched about a week's worth of Dr. Lori.
Okay.
All about these things, and so they give you things to look for. Like when I saw the blue fluted edges, I saw the color, I saw the hobnail, those little jutted out pieces. I'm like, that's unusual. It caught my attention. I'm like, that's not your ordinary bowl that you're going to find at a garage sale. And then you get the keywords, looked it up, and then I started finding them. And that bowl is supposed to have a couple flutes that come out, these long flutes. If it had that, they're selling for $250.
Jeez.
But the bowl itself is still 70 to 100.
Yeah.
So and I would have never known that if I didn't spend a week. Like you don't like the research time you put in, it's not going to pay off probably right away. It's going to be 3 months, 4 months, couple months down the road, and you're going to run across something that's you're not going to remember everything, but it's going to trigger like, oh yeah, I remember something about that, and it's enough. You'll remember enough to know what to look for. Wow, we've gone 3 hours and
I know
3 minutes.
On my phone, it says we have 6 people still watching. I'm one of them.
Yeah, 6 here.
So there's 5. So Nikki, Francie, and I don't know.
Got some. I think
whatever.
Andrew or my daughter Veronica, they say they lurk a lot. I'm like, well, get on there.
My mom might have lurked tonight. My friend Mickey. I said, hey, we'll be on. She could be lurking too. Oh, there's Mike. I like that. I am here.
And I even told Andrew because like he does the hype sneaker game, like, and I've dabbled in that a little bit too, where he'll buy the hot release sneaker shoes.
Storage Scavenger.
I was like, man, I could interview you on our show. I'm like, he's kind of shy. I'm like, nah, just come on, man. I was shy.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Storage Scavenger. Who are you? Where are you? Are you a do you buy units? That's from your name. Let us know something about yourself.
Yeah, we know Mike does storage units.
Oh yeah, Mike. Either tell us in the chat or I don't know, Brian, if you care, he pops on. Do you have an update, Mike, on the was it our show last week? He was telling us about that building that he was talking to the landlord about. Was that this show, right? Because I think I made the joke.
Yeah, he was
about that big old place, but he didn't want to do it for like another month, maybe. Oh, he's in Austin.
Nice.
He or she.
Yeah, that's where my daughter's in school down there right now in Austin.
So do you buy and resell storage units? So when you say resell, like,
yeah, I think he's.
What's your setup? Do you have a store? How do you get rid of things? We're curious. Earlier we were talking about that.
Did they? I don't know if they really answered that.
Who?
Crocker's Lockers. I asked them that. Like, what's your model?
Yeah,
maybe garage sales, and basically they gave away the clothing, which I don't like that. I mean, I don't mind doing it wholesale, like Nikki and people. But I don't. And I've heard a lot of storage unit people just donate the clothing. That's money. I'd at least want to get something out of it. Yeah, storage units, eBay and auction on eBay. See, that's it. The auction on YouTube. Yeah, you're like that's what I want to do. I want to cherry pick the good items to sell on eBay, and then auction the decent stuff.
Yeah,
we don't want to spend the time listing, and that's what Nikki and some others were. I think that's our next step. Now that Nikki is a few people, we can start small and maybe we can build up the auction. We can do a different night, a live auction night.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check out their channel here. Am I subscribed? Nope, I am now. They're just a little ahead of you, 646.
Yeah, I need to check them out. Let me see. Let me go on my other channel.
I like some of the thumbnails that he's got. Like,
yeah,
he's got great expressions on some of these. If you don't mind, what's your name's storage scavenger? I like knowing people's names. If you don't mind, just you know. He's got a bunch of. Let's see how many videos. Yeah, he does them live or whatever, kind of like Victoria and
But
Blank.
the auctions or the actual units?
Yeah, the auctions, and then it looks like then like rare find at Goodwill. I have to watch that one. Life Gets in the Way. That's a good title. Subscriber giveaway. What is stopping you from starting? That sounds like something you did.
Yeah, Scott, I don't know why we're
Hardcore.
still on. I'm kind of delirious, but we actually, I don't know. We just get a little more free flowing at the end of the night. Some good things happen though. Like we found sources to wholesale our clothes we get from storage units. Nikki's
Yeah.
down with that. She's got a few people she knows that love to sell clothing, and so I think that that's a positive. And this is kind of our brainstorming on the fly.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, we're going to break Scott's. See, this is where sometimes I'm like going, yeah, I need to just like, I've thought about one day just go live in the morning while I do whatever the hell in my apartment and just stream my whole day of whatever. And
You have
whoever just,
percentage, but it'll
it'd
add
be
up.
like one person every hour, maybe.
Well, daily refinement. I don't know if I told you, like,
Oh, yeah, he does some of that, right?
yeah, they'll do the works. And one time he literally just said, "Hey, I'm gonna do a workflow, whatever." He says, "This is what I'm doing for an hour. I challenge y'all, just jump on, have me in the background, and get some work done with me." It's pretty brilliant, right? I don't know how many people actually did it. It intrigued me, so I just stuck around for 10 or 15 minutes. Literally, he was just on his computer researching things, taking a drink. I'm like, is he gonna say anything? And then I fast forward to the end. He didn't talk for that whole hour, but he's getting that view time too. Talking about and I've kind of like I'm not rushing on the YouTube part. Of course, I'd like to get monetized, but I'm only at 525.
Hey, you grew a bunch and, you know.
There for a while, but it's definitely slowed down.
Even for me, I'm like, I'm at 86, but considering when we started the show, what, 9 or 10 weeks ago, I was at 1, like you. So, and I don't make videos. I made like a video, 6 days ago, 3 weeks ago,
I'm only
a trailer.
Right now on the what sold. I need to push out more content, but I also say I'm trying to get back to the basics. And nobody's requested a closet review. Had good
Oh, yeah.
Plus that. I don't know. It's not my number one. I want to focus more on reselling, but I love our live shows and I like doing the what sold. And I was gonna do the sourcing videos with a GoPro. We did the one, and then the stupid virus hit. So that would be another type of video I do. And if we start doing storage units again, we get those going, then there's more videos to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, you applied. I guess I wonder
how long do you have to wait? I wonder.
Sucks. When you hit the 1,000 subs and the 4,000.
It's been a couple of weeks, right? Since he told us that.
It's been a little while. So. I'm running out of steam. Anybody got any questions there? You got anything?
Comments, questions, or as I like to say in class to see if the kids are awake, I'll be like, comments, questions, satanic prayer requests. I'm like, wait, what? Did you say satanic prayer requests? Like, just seeing if you're listening, kids. No satanic prayer requests.
Comments, questions, concerns.
Can take a month to release or 2 once he applies. Nobody working at YouTube. What's the best time to release a video? Oh, that's a good. Does that matter? I hadn't thought about that actually.
I know you can look at the algorithm and kind of see like release yours at different times to see your best response. When I was being more regular, it would be in the morning releasing, but it would kind of make sense to go in the afternoon. I don't think it's the end all be all. I think you just need to be consistent, right? Just get them out there. I think that's more important than trying to nail down the exact time. I'm about to finish mine right now. Oh, his 1K, 4K, I guess.
Getting monetized?
Depends on your following. That's a good.
Oh yeah.
Scavenger, yeah. When are most of your people watching?
Yeah, like the last one I did, I just literally did it while I walked home last week and then uploaded it while I finished my walk. And, within a few hours, I don't have that many views on it, but for me, I feel like.
Mike, here you go. Just get Kevin on your channel. Kevin really did help.
He was on Mike's channel earlier.
Yeah,
Wasn't
Kevin
it that Mike's channel? Yeah.
channels out a lot, and we appreciate it. But I don't know. Like, to me, I just wanted to set a low expectation. Said, hey, let's just do it for a year, and see what.
And Mike will grow too. He's like you. Y'all both have good stuff, good knowledge.
Well, I mean, there's so many people out here with good knowledge.
Yeah, it is.
And Kevin talked about this. It's like a lot of the bigger channels get and some of those guys know their stuff, but not all the big channels know that much. Like for me, I'm like a 49er, and not the football team, but like I'm always trying to mine for gold nuggets, right? A little piece of knowledge I can get from somebody that will help me take my business to the next level. Like we were talking about, Kevin dropped some knowledge last week.
Yeah, and
from me recently, right? Daily. I mean, there's certain channels you find more nuggets than others, but depending on what you're looking for. But a lot of people on here have information, and a lot of people have great information. They just don't do the videos. Hey, good night, Francie. I think we're about to shut it down too. Clay looks like he's about to fall asleep, and I'm running out of steam. Well, thanks everyone for watching tonight. It's been fun.
Yeah.
We're 10 minutes from 4 hours.
You want to go for 10 more? Just to get to 4?
I kind of do. Yeah, we're gonna
might as well. Yeah, round number. I'm okay with that.
I've never done 4 hours. So
right?
Feel 4
Doesn't
hours.
feel like it now,
No, it's been good. It's been a good show. So think about it. We had 5 early on. We had, of course, Triple D, Dumpster Diving Dad, Kevin, Thrifting Lounge. We had guest Crocker's Lockers, Talking Storage Units. Of course, Clay and me here. Oh, here's a question. Mike's got a question. What's the question, Mike? We got to kill about 9 more minutes.
Yeah, should I? If and when I sell something in Macari, do they send you an email? That's a Brian question, yeah.
Let me think. I haven't sold my car in a few months. Well, I know the notifications on the app would come up. I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they send an email, but also the app notifications. And I haven't been selling on Mercari like I forget where I said this, but I was cross listing so many places, and I was having good sales on Mercari. But I was selling things on other platforms, and on Mercari, it was harder for me to manage my inventory, to find that item easily, like you can do on eBay or even Poshmark, to remove it. And so I was getting dings on people buying things I forgot to remove. And actually, Mercari unlisted everything, which was a warning, and they said, "Hey, you're having too many of these happen. You need to be careful. You can relist them, but if." Basically, they were warning me that my account was in danger. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to ease off of that for a while until I figure out how to handle the inventory better. No, you don't use the app? I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they sent an email.
I don't know if I sold on there yet because they shut me, not whatever you call it, shut me down because I guess, sold anything or listed in months. I think all I've used is eBay, and the very first sale ever was OfferUp, my own running shoes.
Good, man. I've gone back to OfferUp. Like OfferUp, so right now it's eBay, Poshmark, OfferUp, and some things Facebook Marketplace. I've gone back to OfferUp because I was killing it on OfferUp, and Kevin's like, "Why aren't you on there?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. I need to get back on there."
And List Perfect, they don't go over to OfferUp, do they? Or Mercari?
They said they're in the works.
Okay.
Not currently. Like when I canceled my List Perfectly.
Yeah.
That was a factor. Now maybe if they get OfferUp, maybe I bring it back. They do have Mercari though.
Okay. Well, then I'll I'm just writing down. Now I am making some notes, you know, here in our last hour or whatever.
Marketplace stuff is selling so quickly at Amazon, it's hard to keep up. Are you saying like you're cross-listing it on? Oh, okay. Yeah, like, well, that's a good problem, but like they'll ask you, hey, is this available? And I'll even run into that problem. Like, let me go check. And I have my inventory number in the listing.
Oh, Scott, what's your channel, the Amazon channel? You've started that, right, Scott? If so, tell us or put the link. Because I do want to try to learn. I want to learn enough about Amazon, I guess, to know if I want to make that part of my thing, you know, whether it's just a little bit, you know, like, I don't know, just for example, is it just buying salt and pepper to send to Amazon along with some books, or
So boring.
you know, but you know what I mean? But if it's something that I can find and make
I went through that phase where I was scanning things, doing the retail arbitrage, and
yeah,
it just wasn't for me. Now I was doing
because he does well. So I just, because it's him, that's alone, you know.
You could definitely make some money.
Yeah.
But I was happy doing it. Like the FBA, I was sending in shipments like weekly there for a long time, and stuff was selling.
Yeah. So that TV that I told you about, I did send an offer. The guy just wrote back, I sent an offer for 20, and he just wrote back and said it had sold. So, you know, hey, at least
my brain didn't process that. Say it again.
That TV I told you about earlier that I looked at to get like one for testing VCRs, you know, I messaged and said, hey, can you do 20? You know, and he listed it for 30, and he wrote back just now saying it sold already. But I did start at 20, and it wasn't as awful as, you know, because it's not in person, so that helps. But so tonight before I go to sleep, I'll probably find some other small TV and send a lower number, you know, reasonable, but, you know.
Yeah, and one of the pros to eBay versus Amazon is, you know, with Amazon, you got to wait. There's a delay in your money coming back. In Amazon, you know, they control their accounts a little bit more, but you definitely can make a lot of money there. But me personally, I decided, at least for now, I just prefer eBay and Poshmark and OfferUp. I like finding the treasure. I love the thrill of the treasure hunt. I mean, it's Texas treasures. It's not Texas retail arbitrage on what I can source at Walmart to flip on Amazon. And nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But if I'm going to do this, I want to enjoy it. Like,
yeah.
Oh, that was fun to me. Finding that coffee urn, that was fun to me. I like more of and I do have a wholesale element. Like my Poshmark, I do the wholesale jewelry, and that's pretty substantial amount of sales I get from that.
Oh, yeah.
And to me, that's kind of soulless, but it pays the bills. So I do that.
Yeah.
Focus on the one-offs because that's what I enjoy.
Yeah, there's Mike had a good question, or wait, here Scott did for Mike. Yeah,
there's Scott's video.
Well, see, Scott, I just clicked. That's your normal channel. I thought you made it sound like you're going to have maybe I just perceived a separate channel to do just Amazon, like, you know, whatever. But that's maybe just my perception. Whatever. PC games besides the one. PC games, okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, all the games and books people are buying up right now.
Yeah.
It's got so much time. We got 2 minutes and change.
2 minutes, yeah.
We're going to hit 4.
Yeah. 4. That's insane yeah.
You know,
I was going to say something. Go ahead.
Understood like how I spend so much time on here. I'm like, well, there's a social element to it too. And like her friends and her and her friends, they had a Zoom happy hour where they were all drinking.
Yeah, some of my other people I know that I wouldn't necessarily say friends, but you know, friends or whatever. But some are for real friends, and some, hey, what did I make $77 on? Hey, here, I'll show you what I just sold. Man, this is awesome.
What'd you get?
Okay, sweet.
Nice. Is it from a storage unit?
No. God, where the heck is this thing going to? I'm going to make money off of this thing. Here, I'll show you. Let me turn not the volume, the brightness down.
Hold
Thanks again.
Yes, I'm gonna ask some questions. 5 questions. If I can
Okay.
get is a pair of shoes.
No.
Electronics.
No.
Ooh.
Let me open a tab. In a minute, I'll bring it up here.
Shoes.
I bought it alone. Well,
Luggage.
yes.
Ooh, what is it?
Here, let me.
Third guess.
I'm trying to do it on the computer, actually.
Okay, let me know
So I can share the screen. No, wait. Go to sold.
Did you source this, or did you get this on your own?
This one I think I got on my own, but I bought a similar one with you at a garage sale in like December.
Okay.
Let's see. No, why is it?
I haven't moved any of my luggage recently that I picked up. I've only got a couple pieces, but
yeah, I only have. Okay, here, let me.
It's a tie. No, that would be that'd be the thrifting lounge. That'd be Kevin.
Okay, so share screen. Man, that's good. I sold 2 things during. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, and you're on fire.
Yeah. Okay, so American Tourister tiara train case, makeup case, blah blah blah. I got this one of the times. Oh yeah, you like me there. If you notice in this picture,
ring light.
You can see the ring light, and
that's
you
creepy.
can see me.
That's nice.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Comes with a free Clay's closet.
That's weird, even. Or like that one, you kind of my sleeve and hand.
How much did you pay for it?
$25.11, and that's about what, because it wasn't in the best shape. It didn't have. I don't think.
That's what it sold for.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you pay for it? Do you remember?
Let's see. Description. I think I got, this is the one I'm pretty sure that I got. Say again?
You don't have your price?
No, I guess I didn't. I went back, man. I could have sworn I went back on almost everything and added a SKU, but this was $2, maybe $3 at the Arlington Goodwill. Remember that day I Ubered finally, and I hadn't in months, and I took people out to the Cotton Bowl game, at Jerry World, and then I found the Goodwill, and you were like, dude, why do you source? But I got that Masters t-shirt that sold the other day. That I finally got it listed. This thing's been listed a few months, but that thing was $3, and the shipping is for these people $54 to go to calculated. Yeah. So some things I left calculated because I don't know enough to be like, I figured, because if they're in Texas, they're not, if you're going to buy something for 20, I'm not going to pay 50 for shipping, So, so I figure I can make money off pirate ship. I'll have to see tomorrow how much, because I'll send it out tomorrow, but
yeah, you should be able to ship that for less than 55 or even FedEx. Like, what's the difference on it roughly? But how big is it?
Well, I was about to show you and be like, it's the small makeup case. So it'd be like,
oh yeah, like
you know what I'm talking about, like
blender, which was in like an 18 by maybe an 18 by 18 by something kind of box, and weighed 23 pounds. That's
yeah. See, I hate. Let's see. Whenever I then go to the item, or after it's sold, I never can figure out if there's a way to see like what my measurements are, or something.
Oh, yours is it boxed up?
Yeah, it's boxed up, of course. So I already had. That's why I knew that they knew whatever the price to pay. So three. It was 3 at the most, because I remember the lady at the counter even said, "Oh yeah, I got this." They were just going to trash it, meaning some other people at that Goodwill. She's like, "Oh, I pulled it out," and she kind of dabbles in reselling herself.
Does that mean go to the Goodwill bins?
Say again? Oh, I don't know.
Does that mean just go to the Goodwill bins?
I don't know. That's a good question. makes me want, when we're able to go back, it was a really nice one. It's near the ballpark in Jerry World on the other side of 30. But that might be a lady to get to know, because she was real nice, and to be like, hey, if you find things, let me know. But yeah, so if I paid 3 to 25, and I'll make at least, I bet, what, 7 to 15, 20 on shipping.
So next week we'll want to update, and I'll probably want to know before then, like how much you made on shipping. But that's a nice little. All right, man. We hit 4 hours. Thanks to all 3 viewers for sticking around to the end.
Yeah.
We've had some good nuggets here. I hope you guys gained a little something from it. Monday I'll be dropping another What Sold video. And then we got our next Thursday night show. So
yeah.
Until then, everybody have a good night. Happy treasures hunting. Stay safe.
Yes. Peace.